trace the tracks of my tears. Since you left me, if you see me with another girl, see me like I'm having fun. Although she may be cute, she's just a substitute, because you're my permanent one. So take a good look at my face. You see my smile looks out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. I need you, need you, need you, need you. Oh baby, I need you. Oh baby, I need you. Outside, I'm masquerading. Inside, my hope is fading. Just a cloud. Oh no, you put me down. My smile is my makeup. My wealth is my breakup with you. Baby, 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 take a good look at my face. You see my smile looks out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. So take a good look at my face. You see my smile looks out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. So take a good look at my face. You see my smile looks out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
Can I take you to a place I call home? Down south in Pneumatic where my family roams. It's a hot summer day and we all kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise, yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast. Yo, I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Sand beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I come representing Guam, USA.
stop shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. I gotta get some brew cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree, relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait boy, I have to make the tanak. And once I get finished, I cook the tat-tagat so we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids. We're just kicking back in the village. All the kids are playing around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island. Memories we're talking about with just you and me.
Oh, yeah. We're here in the beautiful island of Guam, sitting down in the wonderful village of Umay. It's a beautiful day today. Sun shining bright, shimmering along the bay. Family, children laughing around. That's how we do it down here in my island.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun
Gosinha uli di sombranza temak et zu ita saluda antes de niga Radzauds and malak estrezas durante em todo memu a no distância como cupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria a big isla sen Paraiona, Parai gloria, a viva isla sen Toru i tempo i paz, paraita, zangin in langit na bendition. Contra peligro na avança fuam
Living on sponge cake, watching the sun bake. All of the tourists are covered with oil. They're strumming their six strings on my front porch swing. The smell of the shrimp as they began to boil. Wasted away again in Margaritaville. I'm searching for my lost shaker salt. And some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's nobody's fault. I don't know the reason. I see you all season with nothing to show but this brand new tattoo, yeah. But it's a real cutie, oh yeah. A Tamorita beauty. Woo-hoo. How we got there, I haven't a clue. Wasted away again in Margaritaville. I'm searching for my lost shaker song. And some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it could be my fault. Hey, it could be. Well, wasted away again in Margaritaville. I'm searching for my lost shaker salt. And some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it could be my fault. I threw on my flip-flops, I stepped on the pot top, I cut my heel and the cruise on back home. But there's booze in the blender, oh yeah, and soon it'll render that frozen concoction that helps me hang on. Yeah, baby, wasted away again in Margaritaville. I'm searching for my lost shaker salt. And some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's my own damn fault. And they say some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know
Don, your own fault.
it's my own damn fault.
Yay!
My
morning, Guam. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. And you know what? Good morning to our friends in the Marshall Islands who
Right
are
on.
shouting out this morning. To Sarah and Ned.
Yep, the birthplace of martial arts.
Yeah.
Good morning, Marshall Islands.
And Marshall Bravestar.
Good morning, Sabrina Solis Montanati.
Good morning.
Nice mask.
Oh, that's nice.
That's crowns, no?
That's crowns.
Crowns. Roy, she got the crowns.
mask.
How come you didn't get donuts?
Oh, donuts would be good right now.
Yeah.
crowns.
Man, I was going to get donuts on the way in, but I had to edit that.
Yeah.
It's 6:18, Wednesday, April 14th, 2021, episode of The Link. Good morning, Facebook Live.
It is bright already. You saw on the Joser account. Man, Mr. Sun is... when Joe came back from vacation...
Mr. Golden Sun?
Yep, Mr. Sun. Sun. Mr. Golden
See
Sun.
what you did.
Yeah, I know.
When did that become like a song?
Look, a butterfly. Oh. 6:20, Wednesday, April 14th. This is The Link. And it's brought to you by East West Rental, Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. On this hump day, a big, huge show for you guys today, Bree. There's a lot going on. Had some last-minute ads this morning as there was big news about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that Sabrina's going to talk about coming up in the newscast. And then we're getting the Chief Medical Officer of Public Health, Dr. Felix Cabrera, on to kind of talk about what this means locally. With Cynthia Cabot, there's a sexual assault family violence awareness wave going on, I believe, today. We're also getting Mayor Anthony Sanchez of Gigo as they did that illegal dump cleanup, because they never do a legal dump cleanup. And he said that they found a bunch of names. So he called me yesterday. He was like, hey, do you have Nick Lee's number at Guam EPA? Because we found a bunch of names.
Ooh. Dun, dun, dun.
So I was like, Mayor,
Did you
come
say
on.
they're from Jigo?
Yeah, I was like, come on and announce to everybody that we can commercial it, advertise that you're busting people.
So would you say, while the illegal dump thins, the plot thickens?
You could say that. Yeah.
You could just not say anything.
You could also do that too. Major Anton
I love a good
Uggan,
story.
Department of Corrections. Now, DOC, remember back in COVID when we got into it with the AG about how they were not confining nonviolent offenders at the Department of Corrections because the COVID, that was like way back in last year. Come to find out, that policy is still in place at the Department of Corrections. And I tried to get Director Joe Carvalito on because it's his call, really. It's his policy. But he deferred to Major Anton Uggan. I think because probably he's like, yeah, I don't want any part of this. So Major Anton Uggan is going to come on and kind of explain what's the reasoning behind that.
And I saw some comments already on Twitter, and people were saying, can we differentiate between exactly what is a non-violent offender?
Right.
So these would be like are drug abusers?
Well, I think it's violent offenses and family violence that they are confining. But that leaves a whole bunch of other things open. Like, for example, that guy who stole your bush cutter.
Yeah,
or that guy who broke into your house while you weren't home. If he gets arrested, they're going to turn around and put him right back on the street, which is actually what is happening. And that's how I found out about it, was the cops were pissed off. They're pissed off because the cops make the arrests, big arrests sometimes, and DOC and the AG's office are like, no, we're not taking anyone nonviolent. You got to kill somebody to go into the jail now. But if you're robbing or whatever, or burglaring, you get a little handcuff slap on the wrist. And
So
then
what about drug offenders?
they got to let you go. Well, we'll find out
Yeah.
exactly from Major Anton. And then Dave Della Sola, Labor Director, coming on. There's an update on the PUA guidance. GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez, the Guam Guards Mark Scott, and we'll find out also what the JJ Vaccine News is going to do with their vaccination effort. And Senator Frank Blas Jr., the latest opponent to go up against Congressman Mike St. Nicholas.
I bet he's got a few things to say after yesterday's press conference.
As Congressman St. Nicholas had a press conference yesterday, and Senator Blas had written him a letter, I think the day before, asking about the qualifications and eligibility for the Small Business Administration's Economic Impact Disaster Loan Program. And we'll have that coming up too. So Senator Frank Blah is on the way. And then we do Cover Me with Burger King. It's 6:23 now. Let's go ahead and get right into the news because she's ready to go with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Half a day, everybody. There are new health concerns over the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is prompting health officials to shelve the vaccine, at least for now. Skylar Henry reports from the FDA headquarters in Maryland.
The CDC and FDA are recommending a pause in the use of the one-shot Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine to investigate whether it has caused some rare blood clots.
You want to make sure that safety is the important issue here. We are totally aware that this is a very rare event. We want to get this worked out as quickly as we possibly can.
Officials say there have been 6 reported cases of blood clots out of more than 6.8 million doses delivered. All 6 cases occurred in women between the ages of 18 and 48, and their symptoms developed 6 to 13 days after receiving the vaccination.
If you have any symptoms where you have pain and it's unexplainable, go to an emergency room right away. And doctors around the country are now aware of this and they know how to treat it.
Johnson & Johnson issued a statement saying there is no clear relationship between these rare events and its vaccine. White House officials held a conference call with governors this morning to discuss what the states should do while the CDC and FDA review the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
We're now working with our state and federal partners to get anyone scheduled for a J&J vaccine quickly rescheduled for a Pfizer or Moderna vaccine.
States were already getting fewer J&J doses than expected this week, following problems at a Baltimore manufacturing plant.
We have more than enough supply of Pfizer and Moderna vaccines to continue the current pace of about 3 million shots per day.
Still, governors are concerned supplies will be limited and that today's news will cause more people to not get vaccinated when it is their turn. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Silver Spring, Maryland.
Thanks, Deborah. Public Health will be on the show, Dr. Felix Cabrera, to talk a little bit more about what this means for Guam and our vaccination efforts. Meanwhile, according to last night's Joint Information Center, a total of 246 people on Guam have been vaccinated with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, while 49 have been vaccinated with Johnson & Johnson in the CNMI. In March, the VAPPC announced that that particular vaccine was being prioritized for use for the homeless population, homebound, and registered participants of the adult daycare and senior citizens programs. With graduations around the corner, Public Health issued graduation guidance for high schools and institutions of higher learning. The guidance bans indoor face-to-face ceremonies. Ceremonies, however, can be held outdoors but must adhere to strict safety and social distancing protocols. As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports that out of 450 tests performed on Monday, April 12th, 5 returned positive for COVID. To date, there have been a total of 7,847 officially reported cases of COVID-19 since March of last year. There have been 136 deaths. 36 cases are active, and there have been 7,675 recoveries. A total of 4 people are hospitalized. The CAR score is 0.2. A total of 38,845 people have been fully vaccinated. And with more news, here is Tyler Matanani.
Buenos and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. The Guam Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division is conducting a death investigation after a 2-year-old boy was reported missing and later died at the Guam Memorial Hospital. KUAM brought you the story Monday night that at around 7:30 p.m., GFD medics responded to Alupang Beach across East Hagåtña Mobile after a child was reported missing. The toddler was found face down along the shoreline. He was rushed to Guam Memorial Hospital with CPR being performed in progress. GFD confirms that the initial report was that the child had been missing for 20 minutes, but when units arrived, they were told the toddler had been missing for about an hour. GPD confirms that the child was pronounced deceased by attending physicians. This case remains open. A jury of 12 returned a split verdict for Vianney Jose. The defense immediately motioned to set aside the guilty verdicts. Here's more.
A jury finds Vianney Jose guilty of first-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony, count 1, but not guilty for the second count of the first-degree CSC charge, and guilty for the lesser-included offense. Alternate public defender Peter Santos motioned to set aside the guilty verdicts. He argues that it's illogical to have a split verdict for alleged crimes that occurred in the same instance. He explains the difference in counts.
It was penile intercourse, the other one was digital penetration, but it basically occurred at the exact same time. So it's illogical for any jury to come to a guilty verdict under one and not the other, because it's happening at the same time. So there's a problem.
And further, Santos argued prosecutorial misconduct occurred during his client's trial.
They amended the indictment to take away what's called mental incapacitation. And we were barred from using the definition of mental incapacitation in our closing arguments. However, the prosecutor, knowing that mental incapacitation was not available, continued to use that to argue and fit it under physical helplessness.
Assistant Attorney General Christine Tenorio says the prosecution and victim are happy with the jury's determination. As for the accusations aired out in court against her by the defense,
as far as we're concerned, is he has a different interpretation of the law, but this was briefed and the law was well researched on the issue, so all arguments were fair.
Jose faces a minimum imprisonment term of 15 years for his alleged role in sexually assaulting a 16-year-old victim of child pornography back in November 2018. As reported, the alleged violation was taped and occurred at a graduation barbecue for the then 18-year-old men, where drinking was involved amongst all the minors. Jose was the single defendant in the case to maintain his innocence and take it to trial. After 4 days of trial and nearly 2 days of jury deliberations, he still awaits a decision by the court to determine if he will spend time behind bars. Santos tells KUAM that his client was confused by the split verdict.
He was confused by the verdict as well. It didn't make sense, even to him. I believe that we're going to appeal this if the verdict stands, and our Supreme Court will be able to address that.
Judge Elise Iriarte heard oral arguments on the motion and is taking the matter under advisement. Both parties are to submit briefs by April 23rd. Jose is allowed to remain on house arrest pending sentencing.
This recent round of federal pandemic relief will likely be the last, so local residents need to be more prudent in how they plan to spend it. That was the message Tuesday from Congressman Michael San Nicolas during a news conference today from Washington. Nestor Lecanto reports.
Congressman San Nicolas provided an update on federal assistance, saying as the U.S. economy starts to heat up, the pandemic help will start to taper down.
PUA sunsets in September, and we are not in full recovery mode. We're going to have a very, very serious economic problem with resources drying up federally and with our local economy unable to pick up the slack.
San Nicolas will be meeting with GVB on ways he can help with restarting our main tourism industry. But we could be in for a slow rebound as our main source markets are well behind with their vaccination programs. That's why he's urging residents to spend wisely.
But I do want everybody to be mindful that we cannot go out and do a lot of luxury purchases or do a lot of feel-good buying. We are skating on thin ice. And so that kind of work needs to continue, but we need to look forward to the future, very, very mindful of the fact that until that is concrete, everybody needs to be on guard, and we need to be very, very careful of how we spend our money.
But we could get a boost from the $1.9 trillion National Infrastructure Improvement Program the Biden administration will try to push through Congress.
It's difficult for us to have a firm number at this time of what portion Guam will receive, but we're looking at working to get as much of our formulaic funding from that as possible, so it'll all be percentage based. And then on top of that, bumping up the numbers for our specific areas that we're targeting, especially the mass transit funding and the housing for senior citizens and for people with disabilities.
Meanwhile, St. Nicholas says he expects the $661 million in discretionary assistance for the administration will be released by the end of the month. The governor plans to withhold about $300 million of that to build a new hospital.
I would say that setting that funding aside for that purpose at this point may not be a bad idea, but if our circumstances on the ground don't markedly improve in the months ahead, we may need to reconsider whether programming that funding into different areas to fill the gap in the interim might be a better strategy.
St. Nicholas expects to return home later this month when he will also deliver his State of the Congress address. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
After meetings with leadership at the Guam Memorial Hospital and Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, Vice Speaker Tina Rose Muñoz-Barnes and Senator Joe San Agustin introduced Bill 121, the 21st Century Healthcare Center for Excellence Construction Act of 2021. It will allow for the construction of a healthcare campus to be inclusive of GMH, public health, as well as the Guam Behavioral and Wellness Center. The measure would allow GIDA to enter into a contract with a private contractor to finance, design, construct, maintain a new 21st Century Healthcare Center of Excellence. While GIDA is the entity authorized to enter into contracts and execute the administrative functions of the proposal, it would be the administrator of GMH, the director of public health, and the director of GBHWC to ensure that the specifications of the new proposed facility are able to accommodate the needs of agencies. The governor has already publicly stated she plans to use $300 million of the anticipated $620 to $630 million in American Rescue Plan funding she will be receiving to build a new hospital. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, however, has estimated that it will actually cost about $743 million. Senator Sabina Perez has introduced two measures aimed at addressing illegal dumping on Guam, Bill 115 and Bill 116, respectively. Mandate landlords provide and maintain trash receptacles and enhance government agencies' ability to respond to illegal dumping around the island. Bill 115 updates the Guam Landlord and Tenant Rental Act of 2018 to mandate that landlords provide and maintain trash receptacles as well as arrange for the removal of garbage for their tenants. Bill 116 seeks to increase funding for Guam EPA and other government agencies addressing illegal dumping by increasing the penalty for litter violations while also giving Guam EPA the flexibility to direct money to agencies that take an active role in stopping illegal dumping. Senator Perez says, quote, illegal dumping is a complex issue that requires a number of different solutions, but the one thing that is constant is the responsibility we have as a people of this land to be protectors of our natural environment. She adds both bills illustrate how enforcement of our litter laws and ensuring accessibility to renters are vital to restoring responsible relationships with our island through Inafat Maulik. The Department of Revenue and Taxation and the Department of Administration have processed and will be mailing checks or paying via direct deposit 1,743 tax refunds this week, totaling a little over $6.4 million. These include refunds that were garnished to repay GovGuam debts and are for error-free returns filed on or before February 12th of this year. DRT adds, to check the status of your income tax refund, log into your individual account at myguamtax.com and use the lookup status of 1040 refund tool. The Guam Department of Education is set to receive $287 million in American Rescue Plan funds. GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez received the confirmation recently from U.S. DOE Acting Assistant Secretary Ian Rosenblum. The conditions for the use of the federal money are to focus on helping to return students safely to in-person instruction, maximize instructional time, and address learning loss. The agency, in the meantime, has issued its priority list for the second round of education stabilization funds it received from CARES 2. Out of the $110 million in ESF for public, private, and charter schools, GDOE's cut was $86 million. According to the breakdown of priorities, GDOE will use $44.4 million for preparations to reopen schools, $22.2 million to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of students, and $19.6 million will be budgeted for expanding the use of technology. And finally, take care of the island, and the island will take care of you. April is Earth Month, and on Saturday, April 24th, the Island Beautification Task Force invites everyone to join them for the Guam Earth Month island-wide beautification cleanup. Showtime is 6 a.m. and go time is 6:30. All those interested in participating are asked to call 473-1156, 473-1156 to 1162. That's your news. Stay tuned for more on The Link after the break.
Looking for TV? Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Bud Light Seltzer, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Summer nights, drinking wine by the fire, catching no, you're looking good. Wish I could tell you I was yours, but I get high every night when I'm all alone, just to help me forget that I'm feeling low. Told you I was doing fine, it's a lie, you should know. And if you want the truth, well, I'm still in love with you.
All right. Enjoying our coffee this morning. I don't know if you guys remember back in the day the Ovaltine.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I've been putting in my coffee, Mayor. I put 2 scoops of Ovaltine in there.
Where do you find that?
Hello, people, please and pay less. The pay less. It's it's like in the milk. I think the milk aisle or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Folgers. I drink Folgers.
No, I drink Folgers too, but I put the Ovaltine in it to, it's a little bit of sweet in the morning, Jigo Mayor right here, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony Sanchez. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. Morning, Guam.
Morning,
Chris, Jason.
And so I'm glad you're able to figure out the Zoom.
Yeah, actually, my boys took home to help me.
I told the mayor yesterday because he was like, "Lana boy, I don't know how to do this." It was a bust to ask your staff, but I guess you found the boys, right? Good job.
Yeah, no, my son didn't go to work yet, so I said, "Boy, you gotta help me."
So, Mayor, we brought you on because you guys had cleanup. You had like 2 cleanups up there in Jigo, right? Let's go ahead and talk about those. There's the one at Chala Ramirez.
Yes, we had 2 groups come out. The Micronesian Renewable Energy, I think, was the name of the group that adopted the bus stop. Forgive me if I'm pronouncing the name wrong. And then we had I Love Guam come in later on towards the morning. We had a bin out there. We filled up the whole bin. We cleaned up that one spot where we did the interview the first day we came out there with you guys.
Yeah.
And we found a receipt from an individual that had their car worked on at Cars Plus. And it was kind of all ripped up, but there's still some information that you could see on the receipt. So I emailed WhatsApp Mr. Nick Lee all the information on the receipt. And then also one of my maintenance staff and a group of friends cleaned up in the Lupuk area. That's over across UP Elementary School.
Right.
And they also found a box of a mail that was shipped out, and there was names that was still on the box.
Right. Wow. So you forwarded that to EPA
And we
too.
filled up that, it was a 20 cubic yard bin. We filled up that bin to the rim.
Wow.
Yes.
Good job, Mayor.
We're trying, Chris. You know, it's a never-ending process, this illegal dumping. So I don't know. I hope everybody gets together and we all try and figure out what we could do to stop it.
I think we need to start cutting off people's hands, but only like the first 20. You know what I mean? Right, Joe? What do you think?
Maybe not the whole hand, Chris. Maybe just a finger.
Yeah, they'd be looking like Yakuza. What'd you do? You in a gang? No, I dumped my trash illegally. Huh, that's what you get. That's what you get, Apple boy.
But, you know, I love Guam that on the Challen Ramirez side, we didn't even touch half of the trash that was out there. We concentrated on just this, not even within 200-300 feet radius. I mean, we filled up that bin.
Wow. Well,
And then we're trying to, I Love Guam wants to schedule another cleanup within the next 2 weeks to 3 weeks, again, to go out to Challen Ramirez.
Wow.
So I'm hoping that we get more of the residents to come out and help us. There were some residents that came out to help us. There was a resident that stopped by, gave us some water. So, you know, there was some positive feedback from the residents there. I just hope that there's more that will be able to join us the next cleanup.
Mayor, are there other areas in Jigo that also need attention other than we know Challen Ramirez?
Challen Ramirez, I don't know if you know the Challen Escuela. That road leads you from FB Simon Sanchez to Wistic Road.
To Wistic Road, yeah.
Right,
Yeah. Oh, that one. I don't know how many cleanups we've done there. We did a big one with Mr. Senator Joe San Augustine, a military group. And then two weekends after that, I had a jiu-jitsu group from Jigo come out and clean that area. And it's just, I don't know, it's just back to normal again. I drove by there yesterday and it's like, man, it's just unreal.
Well, keep it up, Mayor. Don't ever give up the fight.
We're trying. I mean, I just hope Guam has enough supplies of trash bags.
Right, good point. This is by Manhita Farms, Mayor?
No. The shortcut between Wistic Road, going over to Simon Sanchez and FB, Challen Escuela.
Yeah, Mayor. This is Jason. That's a fairly new road. I know. Maybe in the last,
Yes, it's fairly new. Man, I would say maybe within the last 10 years, maybe.
Yeah.
That road has opened up.
Yeah, Mayor. I'm from Ipapao Estate, so I know, and I've got lots of friends on Wistic Road, so I know the area fairly well. Mayor, is Challen Escuela, is that do they have streetlights along that road?
No.
And there's a lot of twists and turns in that and everything, but yeah, like I guess it's very easily for people just to like go on one of those those dog legs and just chuck trash. But oh man, it's terrible who does
that.
That.
Also Dededu side, and part of it is on the Jigo side.
Right.
Yes, so it's almost like cut in half between Dededu and Jigo.
Mayor, I wanted to switch gears a little bit and ask about the search for Fernando Conlis.
I think they haven't done. The last one I heard was over across the church at Sala Street.
Right.
Yeah, and they had the guard come out that weekend. I mean, there was a lot of them that were over by the softball field. So they searched from Gajanero Road up towards Hills Market area. And I think that's the last time I've heard of them going out in mass force to do the search.
Yeah, because I was in
now
Jigo.
Now I think it's just roving patrols going around the areas. It's trying to look for the missing 71-year-old man.
Mayor, around the fire station area, that's all like military property, right? Were we able to search that?
Yes, they were able to go in there the first day. They were able to get access with their vehicles to go in there, and they searched that area already.
Okay.
They even had the National Guard helicopter, the Lakota.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also had the helicopters out there.
So what do you?
And they also had the canine search dog on that day. We also assisted them on that first day. We went out, repeat loop. We went around asking residents if they saw the missing man. We went around Route 1, Payless, had my guys go up and down the road, go to all the different businesses asking if they saw the individual, the missing man, and nobody saw anything.
What do you think, though, Mayor?
Man, Chris, with Jigo, the jungle area is just so huge up here. It's hard to say.
Right.
I mean, we don't know. I mean, there's so many caverns, so many holes, so many rocks in these jungle areas that, I don't know, maybe he might have fell into a hole or a rock, but, by the grace of God, hopefully they find him.
Right. That's happened before in Jigo. I remember there was a hunter that fell in a hole right?
Yes. And that's a while back.
Right. Mayor, and so because I was talking to someone, they're like, where in Jigo is the jungle? You don't really notice it, but it's like, you're right. There's huge swaths
it's huge.
of jungle.
In the behind Payless area, you've got some jungle area there. Across the church, the Solace area, Spring Hill subdivision, you've got the Japanese Memorial. You got all these jungle areas up there. Behind the Solace area, you've got some jungle areas up there. The back road, Chalanguaca area, you've got the racetrack area, all that area in that area.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
Yeah. Okay, Mayor. Well, keep us posted and let us know again when you bust some dumpers.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well, we just have to let the legal course take its action.
Yeah, keep us posted and make sure you follow that through the court because sometimes it's a headache.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
There you go, Mayor Anthony Sanchez of Jigo. Let's keep it in the Zoom room and knock out this next interview as we anticipate Dr. Cabrera coming on at around 7 to talk about this Johnson & Johnson vaccine news. We have Cynthia Cabot from the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence. Good morning, Cynthia.
Good morning, Chris, and thank you so much for squeezing me in your busy schedule today.
Always time to help. So we're doing a wave today. Is that what's going on?
Yes, actually, and I just wanted to call attention to that because I'm pretty sure folks will be driving around 5 o'clock this afternoon. So we wanted to alert you that we've got our partners going out in full force, all in line with the activities happening this month in April. And I know last week you allowed us to grace your station. So we're just following up with our partners. April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, Child Abuse Prevention Month. It's also Youth Month. And latter part of this month, it's also going to be National Crime Victims' Rights Week. So along with our partners, we'll be going out to raise awareness to say this is our month and wanted to call attention to all of these important issues.
Thank you so much. Cynthia, are there protocols that you guys are asking people to adhere to if they show up to support?
Of course, absolutely. Initially we were also planning on doing an outreach at the mall, but we haven't heard back from public health. So apparently they're also not ready to have us congregate in the center court to provide information. So this is why we're going out to the villages actually. And along with our partners, we've asked them to please no more than 10, although the limit is 50 now for congregating. We're asking each one to be at least 6 feet apart. So we've got banners that are 6 feet wide. So, that will also be a gauge to help them. But we're not going to be just in any one area or 2 locations. We're actually going to be in PD. We're going to be along Marine Drive on fronting the Chamorro Village, the museum, and the Chikipuha Loop, all the way down to the Tamuning area by the ITC building, all the way down to Dedido by the skate park, And if you're traveling and cruising around Barragata, we're by the fire station area. And then in Manila, by the Manila Mayor's office and the Santa Teresita Church. And if you're heading south in Pago Bay, we'll be along the road there in Junya. So we want to also thank Mayor Alec and PD for engaging the other mayors in those respective villages to participate. And so if you're not able to join us in the wave, please stop by and honk again for your support.
Thank you, Cynthia. Yeah, give these guys a honk. Let me tell you, when you're standing on the road waving for a cause, there's nothing that energizes you more than getting that burp, burp. Thank you, Cynthia.
Yes.
And keep it up.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Esta. Bye-bye. Hey, it's 6:58. Quick break, and then we're coming back with Dr. Felix Cabrera, the Chief Medical Officer of the Department of Public Health, next right here on The Link.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform, giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with The Link live on location with Chris and Sabrina, visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
This year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Be her voice, shape my
Yeah. The flashback right there. R&R. Matt Sablon. Human Nature. Good morning, 703. The big news last night from the Centers for Disease Control as the CDC and the FDA released a joint statement on the Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine. As of April 12th, the more than 6.8 million doses of the J&J Janssen vaccine have been administered in the U.S. CDC and FDA are reviewing data involving 6 reported U.S. cases of a rare and severe type of blood clot in individuals after receiving the J&J vaccine. Now, in these cases, a type of blood clot called cerebral venous sinus thrombosis was seen in combination with low levels of blood platelets. All 6 cases occurred among women between the ages of 18 and 48, and symptoms occurred 6 to 13 days after vaccination. Treatment of this specific type of blood clot is different from the treatment that might typically be administered. I don't want to get into all that because that's more your territory. Good morning, Dr. Felix Cabrera, the Chief Medical Officer for Public Health. This was pretty big news, and really just I think the final chapter maybe in the saga that has been this Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which has been troubled from the start, Doc. But what does this mean locally?
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everyone. So what it does mean locally is that, so the FDA and the CDC have recommended this pause in the administration of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And so we are of course, heeding this recommendation, and we will locally also pause the administration of this vaccine. But and give it time, and as an abundance of caution, as they give it time to collect more data and more facts about these cases, and maybe seek other reports that may have not yet been reported, and then give time to assess that, and then make recommendations before resuming. And we expect that this pause is only going to last several days, and so it's not going to be we do not expect this to be a permanent pause in any way. And that it's something that's extremely rare. And so far, as you just read, that it's 6 cases out of actually almost 7 million vaccines already administered. So that's less than 1 in a million when you think about that. And this type of serious blood clot, cerebral sinus vein thrombosis, is actually, it naturally occurs, as we know it, as less than 1.5 in 100,000 persons in the general population annually. And so already, seeing it in relationship to those who have gotten the vaccine, it's already, it appears to be a much less chance than what we know about the disease already. So we have to keep that in perspective. But the data is very low right now. We got to give it a chance to really look at this, in particular because of the correlation with what's happened with the AstraZeneca vaccine in Europe, in where they were doing the same thing when there was a pause and they looked at the cases. And then ultimately they resumed it, and they made the recommendation to resume because they didn't feel that it was necessarily a significant increase in the risk of this blood clot disorder occurring just because you got the vaccine. That if it did happen to you, it was probably going to happen at some point just by pure bad luck. And so it's the key thing. I'll just say with this is that when it comes to the most important scientific concept in this case is that correlation does not automatically mean causation. And so we're seeing a correlation, but it's not necessarily a causation, as in the vaccine doesn't necessarily mean that it's caused the clot, but we're seeing the correlation. You need more data, you need better information to definitively say that, oh yeah, it's caused, there's a high likelihood that it's caused by it.
Right.
If that doesn't make complete sense, I'll just use a very simple real world fact. It's like, let's say you flip a coin, and you flip it only with your left hand. And when you flip the coin, you notice that it lands on heads more likely when you flip it with your left hand. Now that's just you looking at what you're seeing there at the time. And so did your left hand actually cause the coin to land more on heads than tails? That's a correlation you're seeing, but is it really a causation? Now, flip that coin 100 times on your left hand and then flip it 100 times on your right hand. I guarantee that you're going to get closer to a 50-50 a chance that you're going to see it's going to land on heads, right? Do it 100 times, 100,000 times on either hand, and it's going to get even closer to 50-50 because that's the true odds. Your left hand doesn't cause the coin to land on heads. So again, it's just that concept of causation and correlation. And we don't know that yet, but we want to be sure. And so that's why the FDA and CDC have made this recommendation so that we do it as safely as possible, because safety is still number one.
The release further reads, the CDC will convene a meeting of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices on Wednesday to further review these cases and assess their potential significance. Until that process is complete, we're recommending a pause in the use of the vaccine out of an abundance of caution. This is important in part to ensure that the healthcare provider community is aware of the potential for these adverse events and can plan for proper recognition and management due to the unique treatment required with this type of blood clot. Doc, are we able to treat this type of blood clot on Guam?
Yes.
Yes,
and so that's one of the key things about this pause is because when people think about a blood clot, the most common blood clot that we see in people who experience them are something called a deep vein thrombosis, and typically what happens, like let's say in one of the deep veins in your leg, and then you get leg swelling and so forth. And if that clot dislodges and goes to your lungs, that could lead to serious complications as well. Now, that type of clot is treated in a very specific way with specific blood thinners. Now, the clot that we're talking about here, that we're seeing in these cases, is the cerebral sinus venous thrombosis. You cannot use the most common blood thinner, which is called heparin, and that could actually make it so much worse. And a lot of physicians, for example, don't know that, or because they just don't. It's just not part of their typical practice, and they may reflexively go to heparin to treat it. And that's something you cannot do. So that's part of this. It's a pause so that to get the medical community to catch up and review what the treatment process is. And if they by chance were to come across a case of somebody with such a clot disorder. And so that's part of it. It's a chance to pause and review and re-educate.
Doc, how is this going to affect our journey on the path to half?
It is going to make it tougher. I will admit that. Without the Johnson & Janssen vaccine, we're going to, we'll get to 50%. The question is, will we get to it by May 1st? That's a little bit up in the air now. Depending on how long this pause is and what the community's response is to this pause overall. So we have to consider that. Now, is it the end? Now we have to remember safety number one. And is it the end of the world that we don't get 50% by May 1st? No, because that was a date that we set a target for. It was a somewhat arbitrary date, but it was a date that we thought we could achieve. And if it pushes it a little bit further, then it pushes it a little bit further. And as long as we do it in the safest way is the most important part here.
How much vaccine do we have on hand for the J&J? And then are there any issues with storing it and it still being effective after this pause?
Yeah. So the good news is that we've been promised a fair amount. Well, that was easily going to push us over about 18,000 or so for just this month. But the good thing is that we haven't ordered all of them all at the same time, and that we've been only ordering at small increments because of the storage time is less, and so we wanted to ensure that we didn't have any spoil on Guam, of course, and so we're okay right now, and so we need to, and again, I don't think the pause is going to affect that.
But just playing devil's advocate here, as I often do. There was already with the abortion thing, right? The aborted fetuses, and the church had come out, so there was some trepidation on people not wanting to take the Johnson & Johnson. and then now this. I guess just were people, because I know it's kind of like the option C of our vaccination effort, right? Because everyone's like Pfizer, Moderna, and then Johnson & Johnson, which was being used for, I believe, the homeless and the prison. But, that being said, do you anticipate that people will still want to take Johnson & Johnson after all this?
I think so. And here's why, because even after all the conversation about it, it's actually the demand for it and the popularity for it was actually, it's actually quite high. And higher than we anticipated, and in particular because of two things. One, of course, the convenience, right? It's one shot and you're done. The second part was that it's still extremely effective at preventing the two main things that we want to prevent, which is severe disease related to COVID and deaths related to COVID. And it's still very effective in that. And it's effective in protecting you and protecting your loved ones and your community. So those were the key motivating factors. And so, still getting a lot of calls about, before all, of course, all this news about, what are the options to get it, because some people just really want it and want to be able to get it and be done and be able to do what they want to do. Some people want to do it before they travel, whether or not that changes anything for their, for the requirements for travel, but they just want to do it for peace of mind. And so that's an example there.
Were the people who were getting the Johnson & Johnson, what was it, the adult daycare registrants, senior citizen program participants, homebound, homeless population, prison, were they given an option to choose?
Yeah, well, nobody's forced to get these vaccines first and foremost, and so when these programs are being rolled out, it's what's brought there. And in some cases, there were multiple vaccines that were made available. In some cases, they weren't. And so it doesn't. But those who say they want a vaccine but absolutely don't want the Johnson & Johnson, those programs, those are unique cases, and it may just be that they'll have to wait. And so until the other options can be available. But overall, even considering these other subset of populations, that we were opening it up to the entire community, 18 and over, and that being available in all the other pods and clinics as well. We're starting to allow clinics who wanted to have the J&J to request for it, and we're ready to give them supplies this week.
I know that we administered 249 Johnson & Johnson vaccines. Who are those people, and then are we going to be reaching out to contact them?
So first and foremost, again, like, as you mentioned, there's a variety of groups overall, and we wouldn't do anything necessarily different than what we're already doing with the vaccine reaction surveillance, basically. And so there's nothing that changes with that, and that we don't say, hey, any of you guys have a clot in your brain, so it's not like, necessarily something like that, and that we still take the standard precautions and the standard reporting process as well. And so we have to keep that in mind. Now, just so for everyone's information, what are the symptoms of somebody with a cerebral sinus venous thrombosis, or a clot in the vein in your brain? Is that the most common symptom is headache. And I want to be very clear about headache, because headache already is a common symptom that you may get after getting the vaccine. I myself had a pretty bad headache. I didn't have a clot in my brain, and it's something that's usually non-consequential, and you get over it. Now, the headaches that people have with this blood clot, it's different. It may be insidious, but then a lot of times it can come with vision changes, with pressure pain behind your eyes, for example, in your head, and sometimes it may come as what we call thunderclap headache, where it's like all of a sudden, boom, you feel like the worst headache in your life. And if that happens, you have to seek medical care immediately. We always recommend that, especially somebody who doesn't typically have headaches. And so, is this going to lead into an uptick of people seeking care? It naturally will. But I think for good reason. But just if you have like a small headache and if you take the Tylenol and you drink some extra water and it gets better, then you're probably okay.
What about people with pre-existing conditions? Like I'm guessing like a normal person, healthy, blood clot. I don't know, maybe not that big deal, but what about in people who have hypertension or any other like cardiac or any pre-existing conditions?
Well, aside from pre-existing conditions, what we do know about these type of clots is that they typically occur most commonly, not all, but most commonly in women who are of childbearing years. And so in this case here where we had the 6 women between the ages of 18 and under 50, they fit that description. So already they were naturally already more, at risk than the general population. Women or people in general who have a history of blood clots or who have a family history of blood clots are already at a slightly increased risk for them. Some women who are on oral contraceptives could also be potentially at slightly higher risk. So those are just the known risk factors associated overall. And it just means that, again, if you have any of these risk factors, that you should just be a little bit more in tune, especially if you've already gotten the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. But again, extremely rare. It's way more likely that you could have a complication of COVID or give somebody else close to you a major complication of COVID if you didn't have the vaccine. So I want to make that very clear.
Doc, so who did we give the 249 J&J vaccines to?
I don't have that right in front of me right now, but it did include a variety of groups. And sorry, I don't have that right in front of me. But it was quite a mixed group.
It was a what? I'm sorry. A mixed group.
It was a mixed group. Yes.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
Can we just get any update on whether or not the new shipment arrived? It was placed on Friday, and they said within 3 to 5 days it would be the new shipment of all the vaccines.
I don't have a specific update right in front of me right now, but it may be tomorrow, Thursday, that we could be expecting it. So,
anything new with the variant, the samples that were sent? I think for February.
No. Yeah, as of my understanding yesterday afternoon, that there were still no new results for the sample sent to the CDC.
Okay. And everything's still on track, right, for Path to Half, despite this setback?
No, I asked that.
Everything's still good to go?
No, he said that it could not happen.
What?
Well, it could. We're going to get very close, and there is still a possibility that we could get there. Just depends on what the turnout is with the other vaccines as well, and how many people actually come out for their second doses in the expected time period. But again, not the end of the world. If it happens on May 2nd instead of May 1st or April 30th, it's not. Again, not the end of the world. Safety first, right?
Have we kind of plateaued, or people are?
Oh no,
okay,
no, not plateaued at all. It's revving up and really revving up.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. Anything else going on with the public health that you guys are kind of eyeing or monitoring?
No, nothing else in particular.
Okay.
Where we are in terms of every project that has been laid out, we're pretty much on track. Here, there hasn't been any major setbacks overall, in our efforts. And so we think, and in terms of what may change with quarantine, nothing's changed with quarantine. And so we're still pretty firm on how we want to move things forward, especially over the next couple of weeks.
All right, Doc. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Have a good day, everyone.
We'll see you again.
Stay safe.
There you go. Dr. Felix Cabrera, Department of Public Health and Social Services Chief Medical Officer. Yeah, like you said, will this pause in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine affect the Path to Half? More than likely, yeah, but it's not going to be the end of the world. Thank God, because I couldn't handle an end of the world right now.
Okay.
7:22. Let's go with Major Anton Uggan, and we're also with Dave De La Sola, Department of Labor Director, on right here on the link, which is brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E, and Jack in the Box, where you get the $3 sauced and loaded curly fries. Never a bad time. 7:23. Good morning, Major Anton Uggan, Department of Corrections.
Good morning, Chris and Sabrina.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming on. I know that we had asked Director Joe Carbolito to come on yesterday, but he was prepping for a Civil Service Commission hearing, and so we got you, Major, about this this policy that we kind of referenced in the beginning of the show. I want to read this memo to you guys. It's an internal memo from the Department of Corrections dated November 19th. Subject, it's from the Director, Joe Carbolito. Subject, COVID-19 additional preventive measures regarding arrest confinements. Effective immediately, acceptance of arrest confinements shall be restricted to only the following. 1. Violent crimes offenses, homicides, aggravated murder, and other felony crimes that may be considered by a reasonable person to be a public safety high-risk offense. 2. Family violence mandated by statute. All other arrests that are nonviolent and a low risk to public safety shall be rejected. The HUB officer, what is HUB?
That's for our hub intake section.
Okay. Is currently experiencing the officer, the hub officer shall notify the arresting transport officer that due to COVID-19 crisis that DOC is currently experiencing, the officer must either change their booking status to book and release or consult with the AG's office on-call attorney for a change in status. This is to ensure that DOC is taking extra precautionary measures to avoid or minimize the risk of infection within our facilities. For strict compliance, Joseph S. Carbolito. I guess, Major, first question. So this is dated November 19th, but this policy, I believe, wasn't this in place even prior to November?
No, well, maybe to some degree verbally. Again, around this particular time, Chris, we had that major outbreak in DOC.
Right.
This was around the first, second week of November. We got 117 inmates positive and about 70 staff were positive. So this came out around that time. Prior to this memo actually coming out, we were kind of working with GPD on who should be confined. Also at that time, we weren't able to test for COVID. Since this memo has come out, we have adjusted a little bit. For example, what you don't see here is warrant of arrest. We take those guys in for warrants, regardless of what the warrant is for. We made a few adjustments, but for the non-violent, we're still at that point denying their entry. If there are multiple charges, then we consult with the Attorney General's office on who should be confined and perhaps who should be booked and released. So there's been a few instances where we've got phone calls from the Attorney Generals on some cases, and a few may have made an exception where the director will go ahead and accept them. He's the only one that can make that decision, whether or not to accept the person or not. And again, at the time, COVID was pretty, there was a rampant outbreak in our facility. And since then, we have COVID testing now. We're a little bit better. So, this policy will be under review shortly, and, it may be rescinded. We're not sure yet.
That was like 5 months ago, Major.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you know why the director hasn't discussed rescinding this policy sooner?
Again, Chris, we're still very cautious right now because our inmates have not been vaccinated, and we just don't want to have an outbreak again like last time. So we're taking it very cautiously. It's not to say that it won't be rescinded in the near future, but we're examining what's going on out in the community and again trying to keep the inmates safe as much as we possibly can.
Yeah. Who's really upset about this? Well, I feel like the public is going to be upset. They probably just didn't know about it. But the Guam Police Department officers who are out there busting, and man, I was talking to some cops over the weekend. They're out there busting druggies who are stealing vehicles. And these are people who have done this before. They arrested a guy charged with multiple felonies relative to stealing cars and drugs. And these people are just being booked and released back out into the wild to cause more havoc.
Yes, I understand. There may be a few of them that were not taken in due to this memo. But again, the whole intent was to protect the inmates of DOC. We made a few exceptions. There were a few that were originally on its face value. We would not have accepted them, but due to their history or other charges, they were accepted in lieu of the memo, but that's only under strict approval from the director.
Does the AG have a say at all in this, or is it just the director?
Well, the director ultimately is responsible for the care and custody of all the inmates in DOC. But, my understanding is he has spoken to a few of the Attorney General's office, attorneys from their office a few times. And that's why several exceptions were made based on the circumstances of the cases that were brought to DOC, of those brought to DOC.
Do you guys have numbers on how many were not taken over at DOC?
I don't have the exact numbers. I remember I probably received about 3 to 4 phone calls about this particular policy, but I don't have direct numbers of how many were actually refused entry. I mean, I could try to get those numbers, but I don't. I said I received about 4 phone calls as far as I can remember.
So, like armed robbery, would you guys take them in, or would you refuse them?
I think armed robbery would have been one of them to take in.
Home invasion.
Because it also says there, or other felony crime that may be considered by a reasonable person to be public safety high risk.
Right, that's really open interpretation though, Major, because one of my cop friends was telling me that they arrested a guy charged with theft of a motor vehicle, theft of service, theft of service, theft of service, theft of service, retail theft, confiscated contraband, possession of Schedule 2, fraudulent use of a license plate. This is one person, one arrest. Booked and released. So I don't know, I'm pretty reasonable. I think that, are you reasonable, Joe? Is it reasonable to for our men and women in blue to go out there and pound the pavement? And because it's crazy, it's a war out there. It is a freaking literal war with the drugs and the robbing and the stealing. And for these cops to go out there, put their lives on the line and get these guys who oftentimes, maybe today they're, fraudulent use of a license plate. Tomorrow it's home invasion. Because obviously they're all addicted to drugs and they're so desperate to get money, I'm pretty reasonable, I think. And I think it's reasonable to say that these people do pose a great public safety risk.
And at the same time, I thought you guys were doing the rapid testing, so you would be able to know, if they had COVID or not.
Yes, but at the time this memo was put out, Sabrina, DOC did not have the capability to do COVID testing.
Right. I understand that, but I'm just saying, then why hasn't it been rescinded?
Again, it's going to be reviewed by the director and the warden and the management team, and hopefully something will change shortly.
Yeah.
Again, we're just being very cautious right now because again, one wrong mistake and we're back to a breakout at DOC again.
Yeah, but if we have the means to test the inmates and watch out and prevent the virus spread in that way, it just seems like, why should the public have to be, we're the ones who are, you guys are worried about catching COVID, we're worried about getting home invasion and our cars stolen, robbed, burgled out here. And when the cops are doing their job, it's just frustrating to hear from them that they go and they make the arrest, they got good cases, they send them over, and then boom, right back out on the street to do the same thing or worse.
Yeah, I understand, Chris, but again, our director has been in communication with the top management of GPD. He is a GPD captain, and he has spoken to top management in GPD. So if these officers are, in fact, have issues, bring it up to Major Chong and them, because they do speak with our director on a constant basis. Yeah. So I haven't heard anything. I have not spoken to any GPD officer particularly about this or any GPD management. And I know, like I said, if there's any issues with us, our operations and GPD, they're very fast to call Mr. Carbolito and discuss it. And he's had numerous meetings with the chief about arrest procedures and policies. And so, again, it's something we'll bring it up back to the director and he can discuss it with the chief on what's the best way to approach this. to just ensure the safety of everyone here at DOC and of course the staff and inmates both.
I'm done with this.
Yeah.
I did want to. Did you have any more?
No.
On that?
Good idea.
So, have you guys started vaccinations up there yet?
Well, our nurses were trained yesterday on how to administer the vaccine. The original plan was the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, but as you've seen as of yesterday, there's been a pause on that particular vaccine.
Maybe we should give to the Johnson & Johnson to these people that are getting booked and released. Huh?
Yeah. So I did speak to our nurse. I did speak to our nurse this morning, and we're gonna stand by and wait for the public health guidance on how to proceed. One of the reasons why Johnson & Johnson is only one shot, one vaccine, and logistically in the department, giving them a one-time shot is a lot more easier to accommodate than having to come back 21 days later or 28 days later. But again, our nurses are ready. We would just have to. We were going to start next week, but because of the pause in the Johnson & Johnson, we will hold off for now and wait for guidance from public health on how to proceed. But our goal is to vaccinate the inmates. Right. We did a survey, and I have 66% of the inmates, 66% of them out of the 559 that we surveyed, 66% want to take the vaccine. The other 34 at this point are not interested in the vaccine. So, we'll take it from there and see what happens in the next few weeks.
All right. Thanks, Anto.
Anything else, Major?
No, nothing else. Everything else is great.
Right on. Thanks for coming on. Again, we wanted the director since it's his policy, but he was like, no, I don't want none of that. I'm going to send Major Anton out there. So thanks, Major. I'm sure you could, and I know you said you haven't heard anything from GPD, but I mean, it's common sense, right? These guys are supposed to put away the bad guys, and that's not happening.
Well, I will bring this up to, again, no GPD officers ever contacted me directly about this particular policy, but based on, our conversation this morning and what you told me, I will discuss this with the director, and, from there, he'll take it up with the chief of police on what will be the appropriate action.
Thank you, Major.
Thanks, because, people, like, if somebody burglarized my house and the person was, picked up, and then just to find out that he was released or she was released, I would be really scared at home thinking.
And we went through this back in the height of the pandemic. There was an apartment building where a bunch of people were throwing rocks to this apartment building complex, and they were booked and released, and we actually had the victim on, and they were pissed. They were, felt violated, hurt, scared. And then we got the AG on, and he was like, oh, you guys aren't a lawyer, you don't understand, and this, it was really bad, really bad. So I just don't want to go back to that dark place anymore. So appreciate it, Major. Yes,
okay.
Right on.
Okay, take care.
Yeah, I'll just tell you guys, the cops are pissed. I mean, how pissed would you be if you're out there, again, guys are stealing like 2-3 cars and we're letting them walk? I mean, lock your vehicles, guys. Lock your doors. What's crazy is I always sleep with my door unlocked just because it's an old habit. Yeah, but my mom is back from Kansas, and she was just on my ass about, like, lock that door. So now every time I come home, I go, like, oh, God, door's locked. But safety first, guys. Really got to do what we got to do, because, hey, if I'm a criminal out here and I'm a robber, I'm a burglar, I'm a car thief, I'm a druggie jacker, and I hear this interview, I'm like, open season, let's go. For real. They're going to, the minor inconvenience of getting arrested, and then you're flipped right back out. It's mind-boggling, really. 7:38, let's keep it in the Zoom room. Switch gears here a little bit. Definitely not as controversial. Dave's like, all right, I'm glad I don't work at DLC. Woo! Department of Labor Director Dave Della Sola. Good morning, Dave.
Morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. How you guys doing today?
We're doing pretty good. Pretty good. So there's some new PUA guidelines and stuff out?
Not really new. What we basically did was DOL, since the beginning of the new year, and when they approved the reduced hours and they had eligibility criterias that they released that kind of clarified the rules, they basically released new guidances, and of course we have to take those guidances and takes a little bit of time, but program them into our system so that we can have them available for the claimants to see as their recovery efforts and their eligibility gets adjusted. So, instead of just having your businesses, was closed because of COVID, they recognized during the recovery that there are other instances that are eligible for PUA, and those are like if you're reduced hours. So there's a new criteria that's in that, that reflects the reduced hours, and that is I am an employee and my hours have been reduced, or I was laid off as a direct result of COVID. And what that says is that a business can be open and you still aren't back to work yet at that company, and you would still qualify, because in the old language, once a business reopens, then all those employees wouldn't be qualified. And so they clarified some of that, those languages, because you remember all this stuff was passed when we were in complete shutdown and COVID was new. So they've kind of updated with the times, and we updated it with it.
Any more fraud?
There's always a few things here and there, and they continue to develop. And as they develop, you will hear about them. So, it's not as rampant as in the States or anything, but we constantly get inquiries from the OIG from the States with names from U.S. fraudsters. And of course, we all continue to audit and look for local fraud. But, overall, it isn't anywhere as bad. But, we still have a few here and there. And, all we can do is do our due diligence and do the best that we can, and continue to just try to get the money out for everybody. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you know that we did batch the other night, Tuesday night, and it turned out to be $25.3 million was batched, which is a healthy sum of money. Of that, 12.9 million is in PUA, 12.3 million in FPUC, 108,000 in the Lost Wage Act, and there was 2.2 million taken out for taxes. So 25 million was batched last Tuesday night, and that's being processed, and hopefully will be out by beginning of next week. It'll hit the banks maybe before that, and checks will get out. So they're going to be quite busy down at DOA processing checks between the stimulus and my PUA. So, that's being processed down there.
Did you watch the congressman's press conference yesterday?
No, I didn't even know that he had one. I was just trying to get caught up with the news, in the paper. If I saw what he was saying, he's basically echoing what I've been telling everybody. And that is, September isn't too far away. And you got to taste, or the island got to taste what happened in December when, there was expiration of the original PUA program. And of course, Congress didn't pass the CAA, Continuous Assistance Act, until after the program expired, and that took a couple of weeks. So, that little bit of scare and stoppage of money hopefully is a lesson for the island to know that, September is only, is not that far away, and you don't want to wait until everybody runs out, and then you're going to run out there and try to look for jobs along with thousands of other people. Now's the time to start getting a job, start coming down to, make an appointment down at AJC. We are hoping that, the GCCs and the training providers up and started offering classroom certification classes. And we have monies available, not a lot, but several $1 million to retrain you, to upskill you for those who have been laid off because of COVID. And we would like to, first people, first come, first serve, and until the money runs out. And I would like to make sure that you get in there, get trained into there's heavy equipment operations, nursing assistants, medical code billing, construction, ship repair. There's a number of occupations that pay well that we can certify you, pay for that, and then you can get a change in career path that's pays well and pretty much is hopefully future-proof for you. And or just go out there and get that job to hold you over until the tourism comes back. I mean, you're gonna have to face the reality that the assistance is not going to be forever, and when it runs out, you don't want to be without a job or any kind of income and running around out there with thousands of other people. So I'll just keep saying it. I'm glad to hear the congressman is saying that, and same with our governor, she's saying that, and we're trying to explore opportunities. And if you're an entrepreneur, try to there's GITA stuff that are available, and start explore entrepreneurial activities, but don't just sit around.
Dave, did you talk about the updated PUA eligibility criteria in Higher Guam? Did you talk about that?
I'm sorry, and I'm not sure what you mean.
GDOL announces implementation of updated PUA eligibility criteria in Higher Guam.
Yes.
You did talk about
yes. Yes, that's what I was talking at initially.
Okay.
That we basically expanded the boxes every week. Claimant has to file what happened the previous week, and they have to check off the boxes like I'm one criteria that's big is this I'm self-employed and I have experienced a significant reduction in services. That's a huge change for the island and clarity. So and this is only for the self-employed. It's totally different than an employee. An employee, it's all based on your regular hours worked. If you're back to full-time hours, then you're not qualified. If you're part-time and you're back to your regular part-time hours, you're no longer qualified. For a self-employed, you can be open and back to work and trying to make a living, but if there isn't any business and you're still suffering a significant reduction in income, then you can still qualify for PUA. And the example that I like to give is the example of a taxi driver going out there and driving all day down in Tumon and only getting 2 or 3 fares. And therefore, at the end of the week, he might have worked more hours than he's ever worked, but only made, 10-15% of what he normally makes. So he would still qualify. And then he would check that significant reduction in income. And so there's just a little bit more clarity of what you are eligible for. It's already hit the sites on Higher Guam. There's a link there. There's a big red banner that talks about it with a link that you can click to get better explanation as a claimant. And that's why it's all released. So hopefully that makes it a little bit easier for those who, to check the appropriate box instead of trying to figure out which box it fits them. And hopefully that avoids any kind of misunderstanding or overpayments.
We just have a couple of questions here. My weekly certification showing in progress since March 20th till now. Do I need to call DOL?
Okay, March 20th. that I was hoping that with this last batch, a lot of that is corrected. And I know a lot of it has been corrected. This is during the transition. It's been quite a challenge to, especially those who exhausted. Those who haven't exhausted roll over to the new ARPA plan, the American Relief Plan Act, which is the Biden plan. Those who expired have there's a lot more difficulty in programming the base change in the system to recognize that expiration and to requalify them. And they are now being moved over to what's called an ARPA claim. So they have a totally new claim. I'd say anywhere from close to 90% got successfully shifted over. But whenever you're dealing with that kind of number of people, there's always going to be some glitches of some people who didn't get switched over. And unfortunately, this is not something that we can fix. This is a base change. And this is occurring also to the same in the states. A lot of the challenges that the states are having with the quick switchover. Remember, we've only had this plan enacted a couple weeks now, and they've been, our system provider has been working feverishly to try to get this done as quickly as possible. So we're reviewing the batch. So this person, if they're seeing that after today, that they're still in progress, they should have been switched over. And I know a lot of them have been, but we are getting an isolated few that did not switch over successfully. And we are working with it. We do have a call tomorrow with the system provider and the whole team of from GSO, and to address and give us a little bit more idea of what's going on with the update and these base changes. And I will continuously, give you updates as we work through these things. So, we are aware of that there are some out there, and they will need to be continuously worked on. If they haven't been changed over, you're welcome to call us up or stop by the library. And unfortunately, my real advice is to be patient. And I know that kind of, isn't what you really want to hear, but it is a base change. It's not a change I can have my adjudicators go into the claim and say, okay, fixed. It's something that is needs to be done with the system programming that happens not only on Guam, but in about a half a dozen states that this company is doing. And they are working on it. I know that's a long answer. Sorry.
Well, I'm sure that person appreciates it.
Yeah, better than a short one.
Yeah.
Okay. Dave?
So this big switch over, you got to imagine, this was a huge change. And of course, it sounds simple to the claimant. Oh, well, just, extend me. But behind the doors is a lot of programming and, and of course, there's millions and millions of people that this programmer is working for. And it just isn't as easy as just flipping a switch and extending them. It gets kind of complicated, and we're working as hard as we can with them to identify all these people that haven't been switched, so that they can basically look at that situation and see if there's any to them, so that they can do base changes that fixes, many people at the same time and not just one claim at a time.
Thank you for your time, Dave.
Anytime, guys. I appreciate you keeping the public informed.
Appreciate your role in that. Appreciate it. Okay. See you, Dave. Spend your money
Thank you,
wisely.
guys.
Got it.
And save your money.
Yeah. What did the congressman say? Be mindful that we cannot go out and do a lot of luxury purchases or feel good buying. 7:53 on the link coming up. GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez. We got the Guam Guards, Mark Scott. And then we'll get more on this Congressman San Nicolas press release with Senator Frank Blas, who took a couple shots yesterday, I'll say. Well, that's coming up. But, Bree, we had Senator Tello on yesterday?
Yes, we did. She came on the air to respond to this ethics complaint that was filed by a Joseph Cruz to Speaker Terlahi's office. And I know that we inquired about, well, who's on this ethics committee, because I guess it's like on a rotation type schedule. And I think you might have got some information from the speaker on the composition.
Well, let me just load that up here.
And in particular, Joseph F. Cruz, right? As Chris was saying, like
Joseph F. Cruz.
They were particular with that, like that narrows it down slightly.
Yeah. So the process, well, first of all, the Ethics Committee for the second quarter of 2021 consists of Vice Speaker Tina Munia Barnes, Senator Talina Nelson, Senator Sabina Paris, Senator Clint Rigel, Senator Chris Duenas, and Senator Frank Blas Jr. Speaker writes, to my knowledge, the committee has not elected a chair, but is expected to do so at its first meeting. And that meeting has been scheduled for April 23rd in order for them to elect a chair. As of this writing, the Speaker has not received a verified formal complaint in conformance with Rule 8 against any senator. All complaints will be forwarded to the Ethics Committee. A formal complaint against a senator or legislative employee must be made in the specific form required by Rule 8 of the Rules of Procedure, which provides that complaints must be in writing and signed by the complainant. Complaints and information about senators and employees of the legislature must be verified as true, or that the complainant believes them to be true under threat of penalty and perjury under the laws of Guam. Verification in the form is substantially similar to the verification in complaint form amended. So this is their whole form that they're supposed to submit. But I think with this, what Senator Tello was talking about, the orchestration, is that they put it out there, they CC the media, and then come to find out that it's not even the proper process to submit an ethics complaint.
Right, and so she came on the air and she responded right down the list of all of the allegations that were put forth in that ethics complaint. And she said that, Senator Taitaguida haters, Tima Maigusi she must be pushing some buttons with her hardline position against illegal drugs, government corruption, local Republican Party politics, and self-interest legislation.
And that's the thing, is Senator Tello was very clear in saying that she did not think this ethics complaint was coming from the Democrat side of things. She said that it was coming from within her own party, as there was a power struggle in place with the new appointment of National Committee woman Shelley Gibson. And so what was funny to me was last night around 9:30, I don't know what's going on in the Republican Party of Guam, but they need to start locking up the laptop. They do, because last night at 9:30, this release was sent from the Republican Party of Guam. Jay, I sent the thing into the chat if you want to pop that up, just to show. For immediate release, leadership should focus on what truly matters to the people of Guam. The Republican Party of Guam stands unified and fully supports its legislative caucus and denounces the character assassination attempts at play, dun dun dun, by the Democrats. The ethics complaint filed against Senator Tello Taitagui is nothing more than a ploy to discredit our Republican caucus and misdirect the public on the many guilty pleas and ongoing FBI corruption investigations among the present administration. Democratic operatives are merely trying to deflect onto an issue that is presently just an unsubstantiated rumor and a poor attempt at creating the impression of Republican infighting, which couldn't be further from the truth. We strongly deny and decry any attempts to portray this ploy against Senator Taitagui originating from members of the Republican Party. The Democratic Party, Democrat executive and legislative leadership should focus on more pressing issues like paying the RISE Act, reducing the BBT, and figuring out what to do when federal monies dry up, instead of continuing to disseminate lies about our Republican leaders in the hopes that they create a rift in our party. We deserve better. All of Guam deserves better. So that release was sent at 9:30, but then at 11:30, there was an email sent that said, please rescind that release.
Oops. And that never goes well.
Kindly disregard previous release.
Right. So
it's like one of those things where you say, "Oh, Your
Honor, day Republicans.
Your Honor, can we strike this from the record?" And it's like, okay, it's not officially on the record, but the jury still heard it.
Yeah, the jury heard it definitely, and you can't take it back. It doesn't work like that.
And this,
it's one thing because with these senators, I don't know who does their proofreading, but it's one thing we get a release from a senator, and then they'll put rescind that release and replace it because there was a lot of misspelled words. But this is like strike that whole thing where we blame the Democrats from the record, which didn't even make sense to me because Senator Tello herself said that this was coming from the Republican Party.
And this is all coming on the heels of, remember, Senator Jim Moylan was removed as minority leader.
Yes.
And Senator Tello Taitigui in the previous legislative term herself was the minority leader,
So
correct?
the Republicans, they got to check their passwords. Who's got the passwords? Because there was even that part about creating a rift, perpetuating the image of creating a rift in the Republican Party. Like, they're not, it's already there. The minority leader was changed, right? You can see all this infighting.
And Senator Tello was vocal about that.
Yeah, so no one's making this up. Your own senators saying it on the record on the link. So that happened last night. I was like, whoa, for it to come out at 9:30 at night, that's one thing. It shows a lack of self-control because who puts out a release at 10 o'clock at night?
Okay, you know what also, I mean,
Actually, I got it around 8:41.
as an email
8:41?
dork.
I got it like 9.
All right.
something.
As an email dork,
Yeah.
the most telling thing to me is, I mean, if you're going to rescind something, and, I mean, GovGuam people, they rescind stuff like all the time. I mean, you may make a typo or something, got sent like a little prematurely. Yeah. Normally, when you rescind something, it's within 10 minutes or so. If it's 2 hours later,
Yeah.
somebody took a look at that and they said, let's not get that out.
Yeah, I don't know was that, like the, I don't even know.
2 hours is significant, I would think.
Right. I did, though, ask Shelley Gibson, the National Committee woman who kind of Tello said is at the center of all this. I asked her to come on the show, and she declined. So that's that. I wanted to give you guys the fuller story because obviously there's a lot here that's going on. And with this release coming out where they blame the Democrats, strangely, when their own senator is saying I don't even know. What are they smoking over there? I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is, guys. Just wanted to share that with you. It's 8 o'clock. We are KUAM FM in Hagåtña, Guam. We're flicking the switch for KUAM TV next. I'm going to take a quick break on the breeze. We're KUAM FM, Hagåtña 93.9, and we're back with the link on KUAM TV next. Good morning.
This is Jamie Foxx. If you're 45...
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, carrier for Americon Babies, 647 Cool, IT&E, and Jack in the Box, where you want to get meaty. I know a lot of you guys are meeting out because of that Lent. Well, guess what? It's back, a returning favorite. Jack's Triple Bonus Jack Combo is everything you need to indulge. Add a patty, make it a fatty. Make it a quad for just $1 more with a Triple Bonus Jack from our friends at Jack in the Box. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. And I wonder what the conversation is this morning, because I actually sent that the release that was unreleased, I sent it to the party chair, Juan Carlos Benitez, but I didn't get a response yet, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're waking up wondering what the hell happened last night. Who gave them the keys to the laptop? But, you know, the Democrats got to be sitting back and loving this as this Republican infighting. I think my take on it is there's an infection in the Republican Party is totally what it is, and it's got to be excised. It's like a tumor that's continuing to grow.
Given everything we've gone through in the last year, you use the word infection.
Right, yeah. And that's what I think it is. It's clear that there's a struggle there for
dissension from within, perhaps?
Right.
Trouble
yeah.
in paradise?
It's not the Democrats, it's the Republicans who are doing their imitation of the Democratic Party, which is, like I said, they're kicking back laughing because usually they're the ones who are like, oh, no, all the infighting and stuff. Well, I'm pretty sure they're going to have their share of infighting come election time because it's definitely going to be a hot election. 8:04 coming up on the show, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez. We'll also get Guam Guard Mark Scott and maybe a little bit on how the JJ vaccine, is it going to change their march towards the path to half? Well, we had the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Felix Cabrera, on, who made a return to the link this morning. Like they say, miss a link, miss a lot. But he basically said, yes, it's going to affect the path to half. But he also said it wouldn't be the end of the world. And so with the path to half, right, we're trying to get half of the adult population vaccinated by May 1st, and then we're going to reopen the island. And allegedly all these tourists are going to come when we reopen the island. So Dr. Cabrera did say, yes, it's going to affect it. But like I said, it's not the end of the world, whether it's on May 1st, May 2nd, May 3rd. I'm just wondering, though, with all these issues with the Johnson & Johnson, like, are people going to want to still take it? And do we have enough of the Moderna and the Pfizer?
Because the attractiveness of the Johnson & Johnson
It's a
vaccine
one
was
and done.
initially where people were just doing it for logistics, and they're like, yeah, the one-time shot,
Right.
literally, and then I'm okay.
Now it's like one shot, one clot. Anyway.
And you know that condition, like what you were talking to Dr. Cabrera when you were kind of going over it and saying the thrombosis.
Right.
I know there are various forms of thrombosis,
Yeah.
but those kind of things can be very, very dangerous.
Right.
And in some cases, like life-threatening. I know there's a form called deep vein thrombosis.
Yeah.
That's what Serena Williams, it took her out of tennis competition for at least a year. It ended the professional playing career of two-time NBA champion Chris Bosh. I've known some people who have deep vein thrombosis and everything, and it is a very serious condition.
Yeah. It should be taken seriously. And so Dr. Cabrera said that it's 1 in a million, basically. So there were 6.8 million cases. And we'll have more on that in the news, of course, which we're going to do now at 8:06. Again, KUAM TV land, good morning. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
And let's do it from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, good morning.
Alpha Day, everybody. There are new health concerns over the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is prompting health officials to shelve the vaccine, at least for now. Here's more.
The CDC and FDA are recommending a pause in the use of the one-shot Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine to investigate whether it has caused some rare blood clots.
You want to make sure that safety is the important issue here. We are totally aware that this is a very rare event. We want to get this worked out as quickly as we possibly can.
Officials say there have been 6 reported cases of blood clots out of more than 6.8 million doses delivered. All 6 cases occurred in women between the ages of 18 and 48, and their symptoms developed 6 to 13 days after receiving the vaccination.
If you have any symptoms where you have pain and it's unexplainable, go to an emergency room right away. And doctors around the country are now aware of this and they know how to treat it.
Johnson & Johnson issued a statement saying there is no clear relationship between these rare events and its vaccine. White House officials held a conference call with governors this morning to discuss what the states should do while the CDC and FDA review the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
We're now working with our state and federal partners to get anyone scheduled for a J&J vaccine quickly rescheduled for a Pfizer or Moderna vaccine.
States were already getting fewer J&J doses than expected this week, following problems at a Baltimore manufacturing plant.
We have more than enough supply of Pfizer and Moderna vaccines to continue the current pace of about 3 million shots per day.
Still, governors are concerned supplies will be limited and that today's news will cause more people to not get vaccinated when it is their turn. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Silver Spring, Maryland.
Public Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Felix Cabrera says they will follow the temporary pause mandate from the FDA and CDC for the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. A total of 279 island residents received it. Last month, the VACCP prioritized the use of this vaccine for the homeless population homebound, and registered participants of Public Health's adult daycare and senior citizens programs. Dr. Cabrera anticipates the pause to last for a few days. Meanwhile, according to last night's Joint Information Center, a total of 246 people on Guam have been vaccinated with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, while 49 have been vaccinated in the CNMI. With graduations around the corner, Public Health issued graduation guidance for high schools and institutions of higher learning. The guidance bans indoor face-to-face ceremonies. Ceremonies can be held outdoors, but must adhere to strict safety and social distancing protocols. As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports that out of 450 tests performed on Monday, April 12th, 5 returned positive for COVID. To date, there have been a total of 7,847 officially reported cases of COVID since March, 136 deaths, 36 cases are active, and there have been 7,675 recoveries. A total of 4 people are hospitalized. The CAR score is 0.2. A total of 38,845 people have been fully vaccinated. And with more news, here is Tyler Matanani.
Buenos half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. The Guam Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division is conducting a death investigation after a 2-year-old boy was reported missing and later died at the Guam Memorial Hospital. KUAM brought you the story Monday night that at around 7:30 p.m., GFD medics responded to a Lupang Beach across East Hagatnia Mobile after a child was reported missing. The toddler was found face down along the shoreline. He was rushed to Guam Memorial Hospital with CPR being performed in progress. GFD confirms that the initial report was that the child had been missing for 20 minutes, but when units arrived, they were told the toddler had been missing for about an hour. GPD confirms that the child was pronounced deceased by attending physicians. This case remains open. A jury of 12 returned a split verdict for Vianney Jose. The defense immediately motioned to set aside the guilty verdicts. Here's more.
A jury finds Vianney Jose guilty of first-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony, count 1, but not guilty for the second count of the first-degree CSC charge, and guilty for the lesser-included offense. Alternate public defender Peter Santos motioned to set aside the guilty verdicts. He argues that it's illogical to have a split verdict for alleged crimes that occurred in the same instance. He explains the difference in counts.
It was penile intercourse, the other one was digital penetration, but it basically occurred at the exact same time. So it's illogical for any jury to come to a guilty verdict under one and not the other, because it's happening at the same time. So there's a problem.
And further, Santos argued prosecutorial misconduct occurred during his client's trial.
They amended the indictment to take away what's called mental incapacitation. And we were barred from using the definition of mental incapacitation in our closing arguments. However, the prosecutor, knowing that mental incapacitation was not available, continued to use that to argue and fit it under physical helplessness.
Assistant Attorney General Christine Tenorio says the prosecution and victim are happy with the jury's determination. As for the accusations aired out in court against her by the defense,
as far as we're concerned, is he has a different interpretation of the law, but this was briefed and the law was well researched on the issue, so all arguments were fair.
Jose faces a minimum imprisonment term of 15 years for his alleged role in sexually assaulting a 16-year-old victim of child pornography back in November 2018. As reported, the alleged violation was taped and occurred at a graduation barbecue for the then 18-year-old men, where drinking was involved amongst all the minors. Jose was the single defendant in the case to maintain his innocence and take it to trial. After 4 days of trial and nearly 2 days of jury deliberations, he still awaits a decision by the court to determine if he will spend time behind bars. Santos tells KUAM that his client was confused by the split verdict.
He was confused by the verdict as well. It didn't make sense, even to him. I believe that we're going to appeal this if the verdict stands, and our Supreme Court will be able to address that.
Judge Elise Iriarte heard oral arguments on the motion and is taking the matter under advisement. Both parties are to submit briefs by April 23rd. Jose is allowed to remain on house arrest pending sentencing.
This recent round of federal pandemic relief will likely be the last, so local residents need to be more prudent in how they plan to spend it. That was the message Tuesday from Congressman Michael San Nicolas during a news conference today from Washington. Nestor Lecanto reports.
Congressman San Nicolas provided an update on federal assistance, saying as the U.S. economy starts to heat up, the pandemic help will start to taper down.
PUA sunsets in September, and we are not in full recovery mode. We're going to have a very, very serious economic problem with resources drying up federally and with our local economy unable to pick up the slack.
San Nicolas will be meeting with GVB on ways he can help with restarting our main tourism industry. But we could be in for a slow rebound as our main source markets are well behind with their vaccination programs. That's why he's urging residents to spend wisely.
But I do want everybody to be mindful that we cannot go out and do a lot of luxury purchases or do a lot of feel-good buying. We are skating on thin ice. And so that kind of work needs to continue, but we need to look forward to the future, very, very mindful of the fact that until that is concrete, everybody needs to be on guard, and we need to be very, very careful of how we spend our money.
But we could get a boost from the $1.9 trillion National Infrastructure Improvement Program the Biden administration will try to push through Congress.
It's difficult for us to have a firm number at this time of what portion Guam will receive, but we're looking at working to get as much of our formulaic funding from that as possible, so it'll all be percentage based. And then on top of that, bumping up the numbers for our specific areas that we're targeting, especially the mass transit funding and the housing for senior citizens and for people with disabilities.
Meanwhile, San Nicolas says he expects the $661 million in discretionary assistance for the administration will be released by the end of the month. The governor plans to withhold about $300 million of that to build a new hospital.
I would say that setting that funding aside for that purpose at this point may not be a bad idea, but if our circumstances on the ground don't markedly improve in the months ahead, we may need to reconsider whether programming that funding into different areas to fill the gap in the interim might be a better strategy.
San Nicolas expects to return home later this month when he will also deliver his State of the Congress address. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
After meeting with leadership at the Guam Memorial Hospital and Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes and Senator Joe San Agustin introduced Bill 121, the 21st Century Healthcare Center for Excellence Construction Act of 2021. It will allow for the construction of a healthcare campus to be inclusive of GMH Public Health as well as the Guam Behavioral and Health and Wellness Center. The measure would allow GITA to enter into a contract with the private contractor to finance, design, construct, maintain a new 21st Century Healthcare Center of Excellence. While GITA is the entity authorized to enter into contracts and execute the administrative functions of this proposal, it would be the administrator of GMH, the director of public health, and the director of GBHWC to ensure that the specifications of the new proposed facility are able to accommodate the needs of their respective agencies. The governor has already publicly stated she plans to use $300 million of the anticipated $620 to $630 million in American Rescue Plan funding that she will be receiving to build a new hospital. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, however, has estimated that it will actually cost about $743 million. Senator Sabina Perez has introduced two measures aimed at addressing illegal dumping on Guam. Bill 115 and 116 respectively mandate landlords provide and maintain trash receptacles and enhance government agencies' ability to respond to illegal dumping around the island. Bill 115 updates the Guam Landlord and Tenant Rental Act of 2018 to mandate that landlords provide and maintain trash receptacles as well as arrange for the removal of garbage for their tenants. Bill 116 seeks to increase funding for Guam EPA and other GovGuam agencies addressing illegal dumping by increasing the penalty for litter violations while also giving Guam EPA the flexibility to direct funds to agencies to take an active role in stopping illegal dumping. The Department of Revenue and Taxation and the Department of Administration have processed and will be mailing checks or paying via direct deposit 1,743 tax refunds totaling a little over $6.4 million. These include refunds that were garnished to repay GovGuam debts and are for error-free returns filed on or before February 12th. DRT adds to check the status of your income tax refund, log into your individual account at myguamtax.com and use the lookup status of 1040 refund tool. The Guam Department of Education is set to receive $287 million in American Rescue Plan funds. GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez received the confirmation recently from U.S. DOE Acting Assistant Secretary Ian Rosenblum. The conditions for the use of the federal money are to focus on helping to return students safely to in-person instruction, maximize instructional time, and address learning loss. And with your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Conception.
Buenas days, tigi asunto givenut sa moro ni KUAM News para Merkulis, dia 14 de abril 2021. May imbestiga ni Criminal Investigation Division ni Guam Police Department gaji fenaitain 2 anyos na darpatgun no ma-report na malingo pas mata gi Guam Memorial na Hospital. Ma-report esti na istorya gi pangin lunes ni KUAM na gi kasi gi alas 7 media gi pupuengi Guam Fire Department na medic siya sa man respondo gati gi tase na lupang kyotro bandan sala na gayi East Agania Mobile Gas Station ane ma-report na malingo ipadgun. Masoday padgun neni na umuupup jay fasunya tumalagpapapay gi inay gi kantuntasi. Makunin sigitas para Guam Memorial na Hospital, mensas mapafotfot may CPR gitag-gita. Makumpit ba ni Guam Fire Department na ifinin na report sa politisinya masoday padgon para 20 minutos na tempo. Lo naman mati unit siya, mamasangani na kasyo na ora, desya na malingoy padgon. Makumpit ba ni polisiya na mapanunsa na matay padgon ni medico siya gi hospital. Sisiga maimbestiga este na kausa. Gyoto mas, masoda ni jury na guilty si Vianney Jose gi primer grado na criminal sexual conduct ni primer grado na felony lo not guilty para segundo na kwantan primer grado na natsakin criminal sexual conduct jang guilty para di menos siya na natsakin kinanta DC. Auto ni public defender para si Jose si Peter Santos sa mamatinas motion para manasua di guilty siya na sinadai jury. Umagamento na tay fundamento para tagwini siya na sinada para kinanta DC tatangin masusedi gi parewa na tempo. Umagamento mas si Santos na guahalokwi niya di prosecutorial misconduct ni masusedi trial niya si Jose. Isigundo inarada bagonang guahan si Christine Tenorio sa amenta na siya ni biktima sa mansen magov ni sinadai jury. Afafa na si Jose it mastagpapa na sinintensyon mapreso no 15 anyos para matsakina no sexual assault and child pornography kontra biktima ni 16 anyos sa aguhin na tempo gi 2018 na sakan. Nuri ni pori KUAM masusedi esti siya ane guha barbecue para 18 anyos siya na lalahi pari man magraduha gi eskwela. Gui sa managwaha gi ni menat kohot para imenodidad siya. Gui sa si Jose gi tres na lalahi sumanga na tumiso gui. Zamalagon niya sa paramahungo ki karsang ni Gikorti. Después de 4 días na trial, dyan na 2 días na hinaso ni jury, hanan nanggay desisyon ni Korti para determina ko para mapreso. Otro artikulo gin ni Korti, si West Vern Perez sa sentensya si David James Paco Cruz para 25 anyos gi preso. Gi enero na mes pagunasakan masoda na guilty si Cruz. Ni nabusambas ni Giun Palawan para 7 anyos na tempo desde na 12 anyos sa edad niya biktima. I-prosecute di kausa si Lenny Ripada sa legin na si Cruz sa keda gi jury na sad naman niya biktima. Lagi managahit masoda ni jury na Guiza Birak jar naman niyo sa makumbikta pwede bidan niya gi ipalaon. Senti ko ba di biktima gidurante ni zona testimonyo, jay sineday jury pago sa preba magahit ibarbaru niya. Yuto mo na sunto, ma-process ng Revenue and Taxation and Department of Administration check siya para napasin direct deposit para 1,743 na tax refund pago na semana niya tutat 6.4 milyon pesos. Este siya na refund sa sumana di man mag-garnish na salapi para mapasit ati gobernamentong gahan yung libin niya. Sa para di siya itaili na si na return naman mafayo antes pat gidya 12 Febrero na mes pago na sakan. Ilang niya si Revenue and Tax na jasangin malago para nispiya istaw zamu tax return hano para www.myguamtax.com donde se viaje lookup status of 1040 refund. David yung gaizo esta account para unsog viajo. Para KOM News, Walsikin Conception.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform, giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with the link live on location with Chris and Sabrina, visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Because your smile makes my day, and you take my pain away. Oh, my darling, love me back. No more child.
welcome back to The Link, everybody. It is a wet Wednesday. It looks like it just stopped raining here in Harmon, but it was coming down pretty intensely for...
Coming down something awful.
Yeah, for a few moments. We also saw that our friends at the NWS, Landon and his brother Brandon, were giving a real quick update for those in the Micronesia region and those south of us, because the weather system, it looks, is forming south of Yap. No immediate threat to us in the Marianas, but if anything changes, we'll keep you appraised of that. Also, this just in from our friends at the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association. President Mary Rhodes was reminding those of you that work in the hospitality industry that their vaccination clinic is from 4 to 7 p.m. today in Tumon at the Hyatt. They're asking all companies to send your employees to get vaccinated, and they have a digital platform with online registration, and they encourage you to use it, vaccine.guamcovid.com. So if you are in the hospitality industry, please register your staffers at vaccine.guamcovid.com. Mary says the average processing and wait time is just 23 minutes per staffer, which does include the observation time after they are administered the vaccine. So once again, vaccine.guamcovid.com. If you work in the Hotel and Restaurant Association, please get your employees vaccinated, and thank you for taking care of our island.
All right, then let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where we're bringing in, I don't know if he's a closet hip-hop fan, but he's definitely a hip-hop head. And I was just wondering, like, why haven't we lowered the flags for DMX, you know? Where's DMX ranked to you, John? Because I know I follow you on Twitter, and I see sometimes you do drop a little rap game.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I try not to make it so, so public. I want to make sure my kids know I'm listening to jazz.
Smart people music, right?
Other adult contemporary music. But,
Sarah Bareilles.
Back in the 90s, for sure, 80s and 90s, the hip hop game was, that was coming, just coming on strong then. And so, I think I mentioned, yesterday, reminisce the little DMX and Snoop, playlist. So I'll leave it at that.
I want to say I can imagine Superintendent John having some Public Enemy from back in the day, maybe on his iPod.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little earlier, but yeah, for that, I think early 90s, late 80s. That's my time right there.
Yeah. Stop. Drop. Oh, that's enough. Whoa, whoa. Yep. I think they got to bring back the dog barking. It scares the burglars.
So on that note, I just wanted to say before we got into any any questions about education, if I could just take a moment on behalf of the chair, Mark Mendiola, and our vice chair, Dr. Mary Okada, and on behalf of all of our iBox students, I wanted to wish Mrs. Maria Gutierrez a happy birthday today, and I hope the station can give her a shout out before we get started.
Of course. Let's actually, and we also have a birthday shout out going out to Jolene, coming from your boyfriend Rick and your whole family. You guys
Shall we,
ready?
guys?
You ready? Wait, is this going to be in the style of DMX or? No, okay. Happy birthday to you. Whoa!
Happy birthday to you.
Whoa!
Happy birthday, Maria and Jolene.
And everyone else's birthday it is today.
Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you.
Whoa!
May the dear Lord bless you.
Whoa!
May the dear Lord bless Maria and Jolene and everyone else's birthday
it is today.
And Chris is going to get on top of a four-wheeler and join Rough Riders.
Oh! Happy birthday to you.
This is not a game!
Yeah, right.
Happy birthday, Maria.
Right on.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mrs. G. We're going to go ahead and get you some of that mochi. Did you get the recipe yet?
She sent me the recipe, yes. I
Okay.
just haven't had a chance to try it.
Right
And
on.
it is amazing.
8:33. Okay, now we got to put our work hats back on,
Okay.
guys. That's enough. John, I know you got a whole bunch of stuff to update us on, or at least I hope you do, because that's why I asked you on.
So, obviously, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, first, I don't know where to start. Well, let me start with some of the basics. I mean, number one, we started distributing our PATH devices for internet last week, and we were able to get 500 devices out into the community from those who had already registered. So things are going really smoothly with IT&E and with the mayors and distributing these devices. And there's a lot of support here being provided by the governor's office. So we encourage parents and students who are interested to please apply and at your school register and get your devices. So number one, that's ongoing, and we're very excited to see that go out. And that's one thing. Number two, the summer school information came out yesterday. So we are now in registration mode for summer school. So for all students, parents who want to take advantage of summer school, you have until May 7th to register at your school. We will be doing programs at elementary, middle, and high school. And the time frames for this, I believe it's June 7th until July 16th for elementary and middle. High school is a little structured a little differently because these are sessions which there'll be 4 different sessions for high school, but that'll go until July 22nd. And with those sessions, high school students are able to earn credit towards graduation. So again, the best way to get information is obviously on our Facebook page, but also at your school when you go for registration. So, we've been talking about the impact of COVID-19 and the need to return kids to face-to-face instruction. But as part of that discussion, the real urgency is to get our kids back and engaged and catching up, in terms of the learning that's going on. So from this summer, for the next couple of years, please anticipate, focus on, expanded summer school, after school, and other programs. So usually our summer school is a little bit more limited than it will be this year. But this year, all schools, elementary, middle, and high, will be offering summer programs, and you definitely want our kids to register. And we'll organize, and we'll get the busing organized. The governor is going to be providing busing services to ensure that there aren't any transportation issues. And we're really excited to get that going. So that's our PATH program. That's our summer school program. And then the other announcement I know we made earlier this week was we just got the word of a 3rd round of funding. So as you know, we just completed putting together the budget and the plan for what we call ESF2, which is the Education Stabilization Fund, round 2, which is $110 million. And so we completed that budget, submitted it to USDOE, and are now in the process of going out and trying to purchase everything that we need to support the reopening of schools for next year and being able to keep those schools, open and safe throughout the next school year. So just as we put the pencils down and started to get to work on implementation, we did get word of the 3rd round of funding. And I think I mentioned to you, obviously this rescue plan has been passed, earlier. It was passed earlier this year, but we were waiting to get our final allocation. And using the old formulas, I did my back of the envelope calculation, and I had about 180 million was my target amount and that already was a significant amount. When we got the final official allocation, that number is actually 287 million. So, I announced that to my staff. All of them turned around and no one clapped, no one cheered. They just thought about how many more hours in the day do we have to start working on this. So it's a lot of work. I mean, and definitely we're appreciative of the resources. It'll really help us get through the coming years. But again, it's going to be a lot of responsibility there to get those funds out there, make effective use of them, and then to be able to account for them. I think the only conditions on these funds that we should be known in the community is that 20%, at least 20% of these funds, is 287 million, will go towards addressing. We use learning loss, but I think the term now is learning acceleration. We're using these funds to accelerate the return of students back into the teaching and learning environment and accelerating that learning process so we can try to get kids back on track after COVID-19. So that's one issue. The second is that these funds will continue to be allocated between public and private schools. So, we're running those numbers right now, but if you look at how we based the prior 2 funding rounds based on student enrollment, it will be the same for private schools and charter schools. And so our partners in our private and charter school sector will be able to participate in the activities under this fund as well. And then I think the third component is there still is a maintenance of effort requirement that has to be fulfilled. And so we're going to be working with our governor and our legislature to make sure that we meet those requirements to ensure that we're able to continue to have access to the full funding provided by the federal government. So again, lots of work that'll be associated with it, but I'm very excited. I mean, it's, presents a lot of opportunities. I just met with Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio yesterday to talk about, where we were with our different priorities and plans. And there really is a lot of opportunity that is coming in terms of the resources available. So at some point, I know they'll want to talk, more detail about it, but just to give you a sense of what some of these discussions are. One is, there's a limitation in terms of DOE being able to expand its existing summer school and after school programs. We really feel there needs to be a role for community organizations, whether it's our mayors, whether it's our nonprofits, whether it's our private sector partners. We think there is a role for them to play in providing after-school opportunities, summer opportunities, apprenticeships, work experience. There's a lot of things that are out there, a lot of things that states are currently pushing and trying to do in their own, context. And I'd like to see the same here. So we have talked about ways in which we can use the resources to build around summer school. We have our summer school program. We anticipate that summer school programs will be done by 12:30 or 1. So we'll get the breakfast and lunch to the kids. We'll have them in there until maybe 12:30 or 1 o'clock. And then afterwards, there's the rest of the day there. And, we have our community learning centers. We have our school facilities available. We're looking at ways to make the best use of the resources. And I think if we have the right partnership, we can foresee, some of our community partners, coming in at 1 o'clock and saying, hey, we got a recreation program. We have a music program we like to offer, a robotics program. I mean, there's just so many possibilities. So if we think about this as a 2-year time frame, we're not just talking about, hey, what can you do for us in June? We're saying, let's think about what we can do this summer, but can we think about a 2-year, set of supports and let us know what resources are needed to scale up these programs and serve as many kids as possible. That's one, so those are some of the ideas. We've been talking about, for the high schoolers, if we could find ways to expand opportunities in the workplace or internships. And at DOE, we run an internship for a couple of years for about 16 students. And we did it just because, I don't know if you remember, but way back in the 80s and 90s, there used to be this government-wide summer internship program. And I participated in it, where you work for a government agency for the summer and you learn what it's like to be in a work environment, to come to work dressed appropriately, answer the phone, work on the computer, all of that. And we just don't have as many opportunities today as we did back then. And so we offered that at DOE, and we've talked with Lieutenant Governor about the possibility of other agencies, maybe doing the same with the support of DYA and Department of Labor and other partners. So again, that would be I think part and parcel of the same type of approach to get kids back and engaged, in teaching, learning, and experiencing the workplace. So we're very excited for those types of opportunities, and we hope that partners will step up. And I think the Lieutenant Governor is going to be really being aggressive about this, going out, letting our partners know that we're interested in their help, and we hope that our community will step forward with ideas and with the willingness to take on what the role that we need them to play. The schools can't do it all. I mean, the resources are there, but I think there's just a lot of real gaps and opportunities that can be addressed. So very exciting, and we hope to see that in place. Other than that, we do have 90 days to get back to USDOE and talk about our implementation plans for the $287 million. We have 2 years to basically use those funds. So this will take us through the next 2 school years. And once we get more details on that, I think our focus really will be on, again, we've already focused on trying to keep schools open and maintain that environment. So we will want to build around that and make sure that we can address any other long-term investments that are allowable to really use those funds to keep schools safe, for the longer term.
John, I wanted to follow up on that 20% on learning acceleration and learning loss. What discussions are you guys having for special education students? Because, they kind of lost out a lot during this pandemic.
Right. Well, I was very glad for the conversation yesterday because, usually when we do our standard summer school program, SPED students who have an IEP that includes extended school year, in which it's determined that our students are, to continue during the summer to maintain their academic progress. Those are usually spelled out in the IEP, in the plans that they have, and they're able to participate in the summer school programs with the supports that that they would need. So that's definitely an expectation that will continue. And we have, again, with every elementary, middle, and high school open, that should not be an issue to have our students in our special education program there and at school. But as part of our discussion with Lieutenant Governor, we hope that when we talk about community programming, we do want to place special emphasis on ensuring the inclusion of our special education students in the after-school programming and other things that might go on, once DOE's, summer school program ends, every day. Because the kids are at school already, we're hoping that we could again encourage community organizations to just come to our schools, come to our school facilities, and run programs out of there. So a student who was already at school for the day ends their summer school classes and can just go right immediately to the program on campus and then have bus transportation afterwards, instead of trying to find ways to go from one site to another. So it was an active part of the discussion. We know that there are many advocates in the community who've been asking for supports and looking for ways to participate. We actually hope some of those organizations will volunteer to run programs and give us ideas for how we can support all of our students, but especially our students with special needs, through these next through the summer and through the next couple of school years. But we also were talking about, we know that, for instance, if you talk about after-school programs, we might not offer something like this in the school setting, but I know I could probably vouch for high school students who would love an ASL, class, because people say, oh, we're learning Spanish and English, and I've heard that, people, students saying, can we do an ASL, a sign language class? And, hey, this is a great opportunity. We can offer that service at a school, and students want to take it. Maybe this is another enrichment opportunity, and who knows, right? I mean, I think if this is successful and we are able to support, more broadly, a lot of community participation, in 2 years, we could see organizations that have had 2 years of experience working in our schools, working with our students, and maybe create opportunities for these types of organizations to sustain themselves and expand services even further, beyond 2024. So, lots of good discussions, and we hope we can carry it out.
I did want to ask, because you mentioned enrichment programs. Is there anything in any of these federal funding that you guys are going to be receiving will go to teachers for them? I don't even know if they need any kind of additional training, but is there anything going to go to them?
Well, we do have in our ESF fund and our consolidated grant, professional development opportunities and training built in there, and obviously customized now towards trying to address particular needs in this situation. So I know distance learning is one of them, and of course, socio-emotional support and so forth. So yes, I would say just off the bat that there are a number of allowable uses that would go to supporting teachers. And especially if teachers are actually wanting to put in the extra time because of the after-school community, we definitely want to make sure that those opportunities are available, and that people are compensated for their services accordingly. So in terms of whether it's stipends for that support, we're also looking at supplies and equipment needed at the schools, and so yes, the answer is yes. We do envision the supports being. Now, the way in which we usually go through this needs assessment process, is number one is that we obviously set some high level priorities that are critical to the strategies that we have in place. So, for instance, we need our school environments to be addressed. So we need to put school facilities up in that top tier. But we also do a very extensive outreach to all of our school administrators and to the community for other input, other ideas that we can incorporate. And our team is very good about, taking note of each of these ideas and making sure that when we come to the table, we can prioritize and discuss these opportunities based on the community input. So we can envision, further discussions with all the schools, the school administrators, private, public, and charter, teachers, and then of course, as you know, our outreach normally happening through Zoom, of course, but with our parents and students to get their ideas as we go through this third round of needs assessment. So again, it's come up in the past, and we've been able to provide some of those supports, but now we're talking about 2 years of catching up in terms of lost learning. What other types of supports and things have we not thought about that we want to include in this round?
We do have questions from people online. Do we need to return school-issued laptops even if we anticipate enrolling our kids to summer school?
Well, we are. Again, my first suggestion is to make that request of your school. At this point, the answer is yes. We are allowing the schools to have that discretion because we do know there is enough equipment and support, to be able to allow for students to go ahead and retain their equipment. Obviously, the priority is for those who are going to stay online, but we do believe, and based on what we've purchased, that there is enough flexibility so long as there's the accountability measures in place. So that requires like regular check-ins to make sure the device is still in working order and so forth. So right now, schools have asked us that, and we said, again, priority is for online students, but you have the discretion to allow for families to maintain and retain their equipment because we know that going into the next school year, we do envision technology being an active part of teaching and learning, whether you're online or in the classroom. And we also are preparing contingency plans such that if we have to shut down for any reason, we expect that students are going to have that equipment to go home with. So either you have it already, or if you're at school next year and we shut down for whatever reason and you don't have equipment, we're going to have to assign you that equipment to make sure that you're able to access the curriculum online. So all those plans are kind of coming into place as we look ahead to operations next school year.
Okay. For summer school, will uniforms be required?
I don't think we haven't had that discussion, and I would say that at this point there is still a waiver in place for the uniforms, even though I would say there is a dress code requirement that is still in place, but meaning that you can't wear inappropriate clothing for any reason. But I'll have to go back and we'll have to clarify that because I know that the board, our next meeting is on April 27th. And so we'll want to clarify the uniform requirement, whether that waiver applies throughout the summer or if any changes are forthcoming. That'll probably be discussed on the 27th at their board meeting. I know that there was a lot of flexibility being provided because of the financial situation caused by the pandemic, and for many families, and we didn't want this to be an extra burden on them, especially if they were coming to return back to school. I do think that there is some interest for the board members in just tightening it up or making sure that there isn't any abuse of the relaxed policy, because I know that schools have reported that we have to send kids home. They come in and you wear a T-shirt advertising beer or drugs or something else, or you come in a revealing clothes or whatever the case may be. So the schools have still had to enforce the dress code, and depending on the discussion of the board, we'll see whether the waiver continues or whether there are more restrictions kind of put in place to ensure there is an abuse of the uniform policy.
Mm-hmm. We just got the new guidance last night that was issued by Public Health regarding high school. Yeah, but it was just high school graduations and institutions of higher learning. Were you anticipating, were schools anticipating holding indoor graduation ceremonies? Are they planning this already?
Right. So earlier this year, and you know, a lot of planning goes into these ceremonies on a regular, in a normal school year. So by February, I believe January, February, our high school administrators, informed us that they would all be holding grad and go, ceremonies, and that would be the plan. And that was, within the public health restrictions. I believe last week I did get a call from Director Art St. Augustine, and he asked, he said, we're getting requests about graduation. He asked us about our plans, and I told him that, the schools had decided already, but I'm sure that if there are smaller schools who have an interest, they might be able to mobilize, much easier than we would when we're talking about 300 to 400 students, trying to figure out their situation. So we said that we just informed them that these are our plans. Very unlikely to change at this point because the schools have been focused on getting the necessary support and resources to set their ceremonies up. So I think that they're doing is looking on a case-by-case basis. If there are schools who want to do in-person graduations outdoors, that public health will go ahead and look at those plans and allow that. But as far as DOE, those plans have been set since February to allow students and administrators and parents to plan accordingly. Last year we did this on the fly. And so that was kind of challenging because you're trying to get someone to video, live stream the ceremony, setting up a stage, how was it going to work, who was going to guide traffic. All those things happened in such a short amount of time. So I think the high school said, hey, it's January, it's February. Let's make sure we nail all that down and not be running around at the last minute and make the ceremony as enjoyable as possible from that perspective. So those are our continued plans, and I haven't heard any interest in changing them at this stage. These things happen end of May, so it's not a lot of time. Yeah. I think the other issue is setting up a ceremony outdoors. In our experience, it's similar to setting it up at UOG. It's a lot of money involved, and there have been limited opportunities to fundraise, for many of our classes. So in their situation, it is probably unlikely to raise additional funds in this short amount of time to support the canopies and the other, things that need to be set up for a full outdoor ceremony.
Plus, if you have something outdoor, it's going to rain.
What's that?
If you have something outdoors, it always rains, never fails.
And there's always that risk too,
Right,
once you put all that time and effort into it. So, I think it's unfortunate in the sense that I know everyone appreciates the some of the nice aspects of a traditional ceremony. I know that there are some parents who have been very pleased with the way the grad and go ceremonies took place. If you're a family that says, hey, we want to celebrate, take pictures of the graduation, have them receive their diploma, but we don't want to sit around for all the speeches. We want to go back home and celebrate. That might be an ideal situation versus, sometimes we have three to 4 hours of ceremony when it's at UOG. But there are others who like the pomp and circumstance, and so we're just trying to, I think, with the ceremonies, trying to plan ahead and put things in place to make it as memorable and as pleasing as possible is what the students have been focused on.
How did the vaccination clinic go over at Teason High School on Monday?
It went pretty well. We had about 200 individuals vaccinated. I don't have a breakdown right now of whether or not these were all students, because we know we also left it open as well. We know some employees might have been, also got their second dose and so forth. So we'll get that breakdown and we'll continue to put the outreach out. But that was our first clinic, and then we're appreciative of public health support and the governor's support to have these school-based clinics available. And then we're going to do our next one at Okudu High School on April 19th. That'll be from 9 to 3 p.m. And the target group really is the Okudu and Simon Sanchez students in that area of Dededo and Jigo. That's the target group. Of course, any student who's eligible can come as long as you're 16 and over and you meet the requirements of verifying your age. And if you're under the age of 18, definitely a parent or guardian is needed to sign off and give consent. So we did our first one, and we're hoping to expand those numbers of vaccinated high school students, as we go forward. So next, on Monday, April 19th, will be our second clinic at Okudu High School. It'll be I believe it'll be in the cafeteria for those who, want to go to that facility and get their vaccinations. And I think it's only Pfizer that's being administered. It's the only one approved for the 16 and over population.
Right. Thanks, John, for your time this morning.
Yeah, the only one more thing, and I'm just saying this because I know we have a lot of parents out there and a lot of employees out there and kids who are kind of waiting for word on one more item, and that has to do with the sports season for the rest of the school year. So, we met with Lieutenant Governor yesterday, and he indicated that we should get guidance shortly with regard to two things. One is the approval and guidelines for administering Block 2 sports, and that includes all the sports that we, through the ESA League had proposed, including basketball and soccer and paddling, in addition to track and field and baseball, which was already approved. So we're anticipating, the approval, but with public health guidelines to make sure that we meet any of those safety requirements that need to be in place. So that's one thing to expect. So I'm just letting our folks know, because I got word that there was some news going around that soccer was canceled. Girls soccer was canceled, and there were, maybe the community was getting riled up to go march down to Adelup. But in my conversation with Lieutenant Governor Trinori yesterday, he indicated that he didn't see a problem with the approvals. It's just a matter of public health just completing the guidelines, and we're hoping to see something today. In addition to that, the spectators guidelines, which before were pretty strict and didn't allow any spectators indoors, and again, limited spectators on outdoors. Those we're expecting revised guidance along those lines of allowing more spectators to attend. We're hoping that comes out today, because we have some championship games going on for volleyball starting this evening, and we can get that guidance out, then we can at least allow parents to see one of the games, the championship games, hopefully this evening. But we really want to thank Public Health and Lieutenant Governor and the Governor for giving us that support, because we know there are other priorities that are happening around this island. But I do want to say that the sports competition has been pretty positive so far. We haven't had any issues, any indication of any positives coming out of those events, and it's really nice to see the kids back interacting. I think my daughter is actually in sports, and I just noticed a complete change in motivation. Having a routine, focus on fitness, interacting. But she's one of the types that will not take her mask off. Right? No flexibility. She's going to keep her mask on, which is good. But again, getting back to that interaction just helps me see how much more important it is that we continue to focus on returning kids to school and to some level of normalcy as we look to next school year.
I'm glad you provided that update, because I did get something on WhatsApp about a peaceful protest that was scheduled for tomorrow regarding public health.
Yeah, I saw that. I was alarmed, because I said, boy, they canceled it. No one told me. But my understanding is that there wasn't, that it's not canceled. It's just they haven't released the final guidelines, which we had asked them to review, and have continued to ask them as of last week. Can you please let us know? Because this week was kind of the deadline for letting our kids know that these sports would take place, and then getting the coaches and officials lined up. So I'm glad that we'll hopefully get that word today, and I appreciate that support.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, John.
All right. Happy birthday, Mrs. Gutierrez.
Yeah, she just signed on. Thank you for your birthday wishes and awesome singing. You got it, Mrs. Z. Right on.
WhatsApp messages, guys. A lot of people are asking what is up with the recipe for the mochi. Since we mentioned it,
yeah.
People are saying, how's Sabrina so special? Well, she's Sabrina.
Well, we're not going to give away Mrs. G's mochi recipe on her birthday. Just wait till tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, we'll tell you what, real quick, you guys. While you guys were talking to the superintendent, I was actually sent a little surprise here. So we have you got me, Joe, sir? Got it. A viewer of ours, a couple in Mong Mong, was saying they have a Link-inspired breakfast. So we're showing this right now on the screen. We got some tomatoes, Link sausage, some bacon, tortillas, and there are these scrambled eggs. So that is the Link-inspired
Oh, so
breakfast
good.
Wow.
from Mong Mong, from Megan and Tim Paris.
Hey, Megan. Well, you know what? If we inspired you, then we got to get a piece of the action.
Yeah. Okay. And full disclosure and everything. Megan is our creative director.
Yeah.
And so she always watches the show because she's like, Joe, sir, what are you doing to my graphics?
Yeah.
So she designed the way the show looks, and we love her for it. But she said she was listening to us go on, and particularly me. But now, I think I'm coming around. Look at
Dude,
that.
we need to do a breakfast burrito challenge, guys.
Because you're really good
I only
at
like to
it.
do challenges I think I can win on. Hey, let's do it because Mark Scott's got to head up to Anderson.
All right.
So we're going to go to the Zoom room. Mark Scott, Guam Guard, standing by. Mark, thank you so much for your patience. I know we'll get on here quickly because you're going on a Popeyes run. Is that what you said?
Yeah, you guys want crispy or spicy?
Both.
Orders now.
Yeah, both.
The biscuits and gravy, please, my friend.
The red beans and rice.
Yeah, the dirty rice. Do they still do the dirty
morning,
rice?
Chris. Good morning, Bree. How you
Good
guys
morning.
doing? Jason Joster.
Right on. We're just
How
going
are
to
you
power
guys?
through this update. So go ahead and give us all the update that you got starting right now. Go for it. Hoo-ah.
No pressure, right?
Right,
no
none,
pressure.
None at all. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so our clinic started off yesterday with the next week of vaccinations over at the field house under Operation Liberate Guam. I just want to give kudos to the team and, of course, to the people for doing such a great job. We were averaging over 2,000 a day vaccines in arms right now. So this is the same as last week where we vaccinated over 10,000 people, and we're looking at doing the same this week. So message is the same. Please encourage your friends and family to come down, whether it's at the UOG clinic, the community-based clinics, or wherever it might be. They're popping up all over the place. So let's come on down and liberate Guam. Other than that, we still got some normal operations going down at the QFAC. We got some air guardsmen deploying this morning. And, excuse me, little audio issues here.
It's okay.
Yeah, and, not too much else changing other than thanks for your continued support of the Guam Guard.
Have you heard any word on scaling back over at the QFAC and ISOFAC, or a consolidation of the facility, or even possibly it moving someplace else?
The last I heard, Bree, is that there's talks to try to get wraparound services, whether it's through a contract or through some of the hotel staff returning. I don't have visibility on that, but I know that it is the intent of the military to kind of be there when we're needed during a time of an emergency. And as things start settling down and the civil authorities are able to take back over, that's when we call it retrograde. That's when we go back to our normal jobs, and that's where we hand it back over. So that is a process that is underway. But again, it's going to be Gov Guam's, work to find that contract or to restaff those services at the quarantine facility for now. So we're going to stay as long as we're needed, and that's that, as far as we know.
What about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine? I don't think I saw that you guys were administering it at the UOG Calvo Field House. Is that correct, or have
Yeah.
you?
So I think there's about 246 doses that went out island-wide so far, according to last night's JIC. And we're not scheduled at the field house to start administering it en masse until next week. So from what I read, because I just woke up to it this morning too, is that it's a temporary pause for them to gather some more facts about what happened. Not a doctor, obviously. I think I missed that call by a long shot. But from what I read is that, it may be a correlation. It's not necessarily a causation. So for the next few days while they figure it out, it's not going to affect the mission at the field house because we're not set to distribute it until next Tuesday. So we're going to keep our eyes on it. We're going to monitor it. And if any changes come down to the governor of public health, then we're just going to have to make those changes.
Since they opened up the eligibility criteria, expanded it to teenagers or 16, are you seeing a lot of teenagers coming out and getting the vaccine?
We have, Bree, and it's so beautiful to see like an entire family all come in together. It's just heartwarming to see that, kids and parents, brothers, sisters, hand in hand, going through this process together. And it makes such a huge difference to have that comfort of everyone being there with you, to know that your entire family is going to be protected. And by extension, that the neighborhood is going to be more protected. We can start getting back to our ways of life, right? With things opening back up. So yes, we do see more folks from the younger age groups coming through. We encourage that. You're all the future. So go ahead and keep leading the way and setting that example. We're happy to see you.
All right. Any other updates, Mark?
Yeah, so you guys have been publishing this a lot, and we thank you for it. One of our own, Captain Gagger, and from our medical detachment, her father has been missing since last Thursday. And I know the island is mostly aware of that, but I wanted to thank you for continuing to spread that word. If anyone is interested in volunteering, looking for Fernando, Mr. Cunliffe, please contact Annalyn. She's published her number. I believe you guys have posted it. And see what we can do to help find her father. And just continue to be safe, everyone. Do what we have to do to take care of each other, to include coming down and getting vaccinated and just staying safe.
Yeah, we will continue to put out the word. And I didn't know that she was a National Guard member. I know when she was speaking to us the other day, she sounded like she had some military background, but so I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know either. Bree, we got the call on Thursday that one of our helicopters was launched to go look for a missing person.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went up there to take some pictures, find out it was our sister, Captain Gagger from MedDev. So we did have some volunteers come through. We did just go to a drill weekend, and we were able to align some training to also help with the search effort. And like I said, thank you guys for helping get the word out. And we pray for his safety, and we pray for peace of mind of the family during this hard time. And thank you all for your support.
All right. Thanks, Mark, for the updates, and stay safe.
Thank you guys, too. Take care. Have a good day.
So that's crispy for Sabrina, spicy for me. See you, my friend. Okay, Mark. There you go. 9:10, guys. We'll take a quick break, and Senator Frank Blas Jr. is coming up next right here on The Link. Good morning.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Bud Light Seltzer, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
It's just you and me, so let's just see what this night will bring. Let it all go, girl. There is nothing we can handle, baby.
I'll deliver you flowers. I'm just counting the hours. Being away from me too long is draining my powers, baby. Trying to find all the words to describe what I'm feeling. By the way, you're beautiful this evening. Baby girl, don't worry about impressing me. The only thing I find impressive is you don't have wings. Cause to me, you're an angelic, supernatural being. So don't worry about a thing, cause tonight's on me. Hey, how about we just hop in my ride? Cruise around till we find a spot that we like. Lay a blanket down and look up at the stars. Let's make a toast, cause tonight is ours. Yeah, take you to my place, what you tasting wine. Dozen roses in a vase, so let us say and be mine. Dim the lights just a little as I close the blinds. Whatever happens next, baby, let's just take our time.
Let it all go, girl. There is no one to impress tonight, baby. It's just you and me, so let's just see what this night will bring. Let it all go, girl. There is nothing we can handle, baby.
Phenom and Sweet Time, joined by Scavenger. I don't think those are their real names. So let it all go, girl. 916. Welcome to The Link. It's proudly brought to you by East West Rental. Check them. They got all kinds of great stuff for your projects. Right, Jay?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, East West, great place to go and pick up anything for any project.
Also, Gulfo Enterprises, IT&E Carrier at 647 Cool.
Speaking of equipment, real quick, because we had a bunch of comments about that amazing Link-inspired breakfast. So our friend Megan, because Bree was like, okay, did you make that or did Tim? And Megan writes back, excuse me, haha, I do the cooking around here. For those of you wondering, it was roasted red peppers, tomatoes, eggs, and not hot dog, but brats.
Oh.
Brats.
Wow.
That's a good breakfast burrito right there.
That sounds really good. I was thinking breakfast burrito. I'd make breakfast burritos sometimes, but you know how in the traditional burrito you have your Mexican rice, but breakfast burrito with chamorro fried rice. The bacon, of course, the eggs, potatoes, because we never can have enough carbs, right?
You are going to be the reason so many people show
Put
up
some
late to
finidetti
work.
in that, and then oh my god,
so many people are going to show up
Yeah,
late
let's
to
have
work
a
because of
competition.
you.
Come on, let's do it.
Starting with you. You go first. Monday, right, Bree? Monday, you're going to bring in a burrito?
Yeah, Monday.
Okay,
Monday for
good.
sure.
Yeah, right on. Right on. It's 9:18. Good morning. Let's go ahead and play this. This Congressman St. Nicholas had a Facebook Live press conference yesterday. I think the gist of it is he talked a little bit about the infrastructure funds we're getting for mass transit. And then it was like financial advisor. Basically, don't spend your money, guys, on luxury items or feel-good buying.
You can watch the press conference. The link is on our Facebook page.
Right, yeah. And, of course, there's a bunch of stories on KUM.com about it. But I wanted to play this because there was a little back and forth in this. As Senator Frank Blas Jr. had written the congressman and also tried to call him about eligibility requirements for the Small Business Administration's Economic Impact Disaster Loan Program. And so we're going to start with this clip from the congressman where a reporter had asked him, was there a solution to kind of shoring up the areas where Guam businesses are not eligible. So the first question was, is there a solution to this issue at hand?
We really need to be mindful of what we are actually viewing as problems. And, if we're going to cannibalize low-income areas for non-low-income areas, that's a policy decision that the Congress will have to weigh. But I can tell you right now that, the reason why the legislation passed the way it did was because that was the mindset of the Congress, that we wanted to focus those resources into the low-income areas. And that's why the legislation passed the way it did. So as for classifying it as a problem, it's not necessarily one, because we got the relief passed. We were able to get it for a certain segment of the community, and that's a win. We need to really view the wins that we're able to score as the wins that we're able to receive. And the fact that this is being applied fairly across the whole country in this manner, Guam isn't being mistreated in any way. And trying to make that change legislatively, if that language was already being considered in the original drafts, and that was the compromise language that was finally passed in the package, then that's the circumstances that we're dealing with today.
Right before that, a reporter had asked Congressman St. Nicholas for his response to the letter and media reports of Senator Frank Blas Jr.
Senator Blas's letter, and I saw his comment on the story, and that was a very ignorant statement on behalf of Senator Blas. First of all, the relief packages that were passed, they are passed at large for the whole country. And so, for example, with the EIP, the Economic Impact Payments, the original language was intended to be able to fund that for everybody, but in the course of the legislation and the compromises that needed to be made, cutoffs were put in place for high income earners. And so the Congress needed to move forward a package to be able to get the relief passed. And the appetite in the Congress was to, of course, move relief forward, but there were certain senators, particularly in the Senate, who wanted to make sure that the relief was being more narrowed for areas that were of greater need. And so what was passed for the economic disaster loans, the EIDL that Senator Blas is referring to, that additional relief was programmed specifically for areas that were identified in the U.S. Census as being low-income areas. And so the reason the CNMI did not have the same limitations we do is not because anyone was asleep at the wheel. I think Senator Blas needs to wake up and realize that. The reason that the CNMI did not have those limitations was because the CNMI in the 2010 census had a poverty rate of 52%, while Guam in the 2010 census had a poverty rate of, the CNMI had a poverty rate of 52%, and Guam had a poverty rate of 22%. And so this census application of the EIDL is across the country. The problem that he's trying to create and the implications that he's trying to make about our office not doing his job is very, very incorrect, because the exact same circumstances are found all across the country. You walk down the street in Florida or Mississippi or Massachusetts, and you'll see the exact same thing. Areas that are not designated low income did not qualify for the next round of EIDL relief, but those areas that were classified as low income in the U.S. Census were able to receive that relief. And so it was just the way that the package was created. But the implication from Senator Blas that somehow we were asleep at the wheel, I think just speaks to his ignorance. The implication from Senator Blas that somehow we were asleep at the wheel, I think just speaks to his ignorance.
Oof.
Well, tell us what you really think. Man, Senator Blas, what did you do to Maguette?
I just asked the question, and I was just seeking for answers and trying to find ways to be able to help to, if this is in fact an issue or problem, what can I do to help? What can we do together so that we can resolve this? And I guess that struck an iron. Mr. Sir Nicholas. But that said, if you listen to his response in the press conference, in his the press conference that he called, or what he had said in an earlier conversation that he had on another radio station, he didn't answer the questions. And I would have appreciated if in his response and what he provided in the conference and in the conversation, that there was some response to the concerns that I brought up in behalf of many of the businesses that now are stuck in a dilemma, are stuck in a quagmire because the funding that they could have received, albeit a grant and albeit for no more than $10,000, there's no answers. And does that affect their ability to apply for the enhanced economic injury disaster loan? So those questions still need to be answered. I don't think there was ignorance in me asking the questions. I think the ignorance is in not being able to inform the community that this is how it has been passed by Congress, and heads up, because some of you aren't going to be getting it. To compare, the streets that we have on Guam to Florida and to California is, there is no comparison. Florida and California, they're not geographically challenged like we are. They're not surrounded by bodies of water with closest area that can provide us aids, thousands of miles away. And please convince me that Hotel Row and Barragata Heights are low-income areas. To say that this was passed, the grant is eligible for those individuals that are in low-income areas, albeit it was even a 2010 census, but let's go back to 2010. The Hotel Row was already there. Barragata Heights was there. Please tell me as well that Babulao is a high-income area, or that Batulo Road in Dededo is a high-income area. So to use that as the excuse for these areas not being eligible, for this grant aid, and then not being able to provide them the heads up. Again, first off, good morning, Christian, Bree, and Jason.
Yeah. Hey, good morning. Right on.
There's still a lot of questions.
Yeah.
I would have appreciated if, getting past all of that is that he provides the answers or some guidance, if you will. He in the first part of his press conference, he gave us all guidance on how we should spend our money. But now, give us some guidance as to how we're going to get past. I'm not able to get the grant, but the guy across the street from me is.
Right. Senator, I wanted to go back to your comment, which apparently struck a chord with the congressman about being asleep at the wheel, right? He said a lot of things in his response that I kind of latched onto, where he was basically saying that, this is just how it is. It is what it is, and that, they're using this 10-year-old census data, and that this, it was interesting to me because as a territory, you would maybe kind of expect, I would anyway, that whatever the representative is for any territory would say, hey, hold on a second, because we're using 10-year-old census data. There's been a whole ass pandemic since 2010, and this data does not reflect the economic situation that my constituents are in, right? Did you think that should have been done?
I never said he was asleep at the wheel. What I said was the CNMI wasn't asleep at the wheel. But I never said anything about it. Secondly, you're right. Nobody is going to fault him, and everybody, I think, on Guam would probably thank him for saying, hold on a bit, this methodology that's going to be used doesn't fit for Guam. Okay, so that he says, you know what, he's the lone voice. There's 420 other members of Congress. It may not be heard. I mean, it may not be acted upon, but will it be, but let it be heard. Because anybody who is very familiar with Guam and looks at this map and sees how this map is laid out, okay, can cause the question, wait a minute, okay, so granted this is 2010 census data, that's another point that we can argue. However, a lot of these areas that this map points out as being low income or economically distressed areas are in fact not that at all, okay? If you look at the median income for the people that live in those areas, it probably doesn't. Again, please tell me that Hotel Row is low income. And please tell me that Babulo is high income. Please tell me that Veragara Heights is low income and the village of Talopofu isn't. Or the village of Talopofu, has a higher income than that. I might get myself in trouble and as far as characterizing everything, but common sense will tell you, if you look at this map, that the way this map or the information provided in this map and the methodology or the reason why this map was going to be used, so that you can separate this out, it just doesn't match. It doesn't match. And really, to say that we should take this as a win, we should appreciate for what we got. Tell that to the mom and pop store. Tell that to Uggan store in Veragara. Tell that to the stores or to the shops, the repair shops that are on Picanel Road. Tell that to them. Tell them that, despite that everybody got affected by this pandemic, based on a 2010 census data, it's got nothing to do with 2020 or 2021, because the last time I checked, everybody was affected. Tell them that we should, suck it up. You didn't get it. Some other people did. It's a win. Let's move forward.
Senator,
Really?
yeah. So, I mean, and then when he was asked about the solution, he basically said, suck it up, call it a win. It is what it is. But moving forward with this $600 million, if our small businesses, some of them are being left behind because of the eligibility requirements for the SBA EIDL, are you planning on introducing any other type of aid measure that maybe close some of those gaps?
Well, obviously, I'm still going to try to get some of this information. It's necessary so that, I know, what was the reasoning, the rationale behind this, and, what are those alternatives? What are those things that can be done? I'm already drafting a letter to Small Business Administration, asking them for, I guess, some guidance or some clarification, with regards to the advanced IDL. I think also maybe hopefully to get some answers on whether or not business not being eligible for the advanced IDL or the targeting IDL, that it does not affect their ability to apply for the advanced loan or enhanced loan. Again, question that needs to be asked. Answered. So there are still other things that I can do, and then one of the options, obviously, is drafting legislation that would tap into that $661 or $631 million that we'll be receiving. Now, of course, the governor is going to come back and says, I've got no jurisdiction, authority, or purview to be able to do this. But at the end of the day, it's not about what Frank Ross can do, or Lou Leon can do, or Max Nexus can do. It's what we need to do together to help these businesses get back on their feet.
Speaking of the governor, I did want to follow up on that letter that you wrote her. I think it was a couple weeks ago. regarding PPEs and providing relief to families regarding that, and Bill 70. Did you get any response, or do you have any update on that?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation with the governor, and she has responded. She wrote back to me, and she appreciated that I reached out to her, and she likes the program. She wants to see. She's already talking to her her office on ways that it can be done. As I assured her, as I told her, wrote in the letter, and I assured her when I met with her. She says, "Look, Governor, if it can be done already, and there's no need for the legislation, I'll drop the legislation. I'll pull it back, and I'll work with you in being able to provide this. Bree, the mask that you and Chris are wearing right now, that I can see, a little bit over a year ago, that wasn't necessary. In fact, that wasn't even thought of. Today I'm glad. I'm seeing it's designer masks. Whatever thing that is, that's where it's going to come to be today. This was something, the purchasing of the mask, utilization of the mask, purchasing the hand sanitizers, the disinfectants, the air purifiers, everything that we have now within our household or in our cars that are necessary for us to be able to go on with the functions of our lives are things that many people never budgeted for or don't have the budget for. Everybody's had to pay to buy the mask as opposed to the can of Spam in some instances. Okay, and with that, I felt that if there is a mandate from the government for the community to purchase these things and to wear these things, then there should be some kind of recompense. There should be some kind of assistance. If and when the government can provide it, and obviously, with $661 million coming, there is the ability to be able to provide some financial relief, that this be done. And so I again reached out to the governor. She wrote back. We've had very good conversation. I'm anxious to work with her on a program or so that we can provide some financial relief to families who've had to make these purchases. And then I'll pull the bill back. It's not necessary.
Yeah, I just spent $30 on wipes and sprays last night.
Yeah, and then can you imagine the kids going back to school?
Yeah.
Yep. You're going to have to purchase the face mask and whatnot, and the hand sanitizers. There's just all sorts of things that we have to purchase today that, if anything, were not necessities, and in some cases luxuries, a little over a year ago. But now we need to. Okay? Yeah. It's right along with the Spam, the milk, and the eggs.
Yep, necessities.
Yep.
Senator, I wanted to bend your ear a little bit about this. There was a release that went out last night. It was a release, and then it was unreleased from the Republican Party of Guam. And this is relative to the ethics complaint that was filed against Senator Tello. I don't know if you know, we had her on the show yesterday, and she was basically saying that these attacks are coming from within the Republican Party. But then the Republican Party last night around, like 8:30 or 9?
Right before 9.
Right when everyone was getting ready for bed, they put out this release, and it says, the Republican Party of Guam stands unified and fully supports its legislative caucus and denounces the character assassination attempts at play by the Democrats. The ethics complaint filed against Senator Tello Taitagui is nothing more than a ploy to discredit our Republican caucus and misdirect the public on the many guilty pleas and ongoing FBI corruption investigations among the present administration. Democratic operatives are merely trying to deflect onto an issue that is presently just an unsubstantiated rumor and a poor attempt at creating the impression of Republican infighting, which couldn't be further from the truth. We strongly deny and decry any attempts to portray this ploy against Senator Taitagui originating from members of the Republican Party. The Democratic Party, Democrat executive and legislative leadership should focus on more pressing issues like paying the RISE Act, reducing the BPT, and figuring out what to do when federal monies dry up, instead of continuing to disseminate lies about our Republican leaders in the hopes to create a rift in our party. We deserve better. All of Guam deserves better. But then a couple hours later, the Republican Party of Guam sent another email that said, kindly disregard previous release. Si Diyos Masi. What is going on over there at Republican Central, Senator? Aye, a day.
Well, it's embarrassing as it's going to sound. This is the first time I've heard that. You know, that there was a release and then there was a retraction. And this is the first time I've ever heard the contents of it. There hasn't been any discussion about that, at least with me. Secondly, is I am a member of the Ethics Committee in the legislature, and in my responsibility, I'm going to have to basically, for lack of a better term, separate fact from fiction, and truth from conjecture. So I would rather that, in recognizing what my responsibility will be, and being able to provide, fair, impartial, decision on my part in this committee, I'm going to have to refrain from being able to make any further comment on that. Okay, you just happen to run across a senator that's part of the committee.
I know, because we read out the committee membership earlier, but I didn't know you didn't know. But I mean, okay, just let's not talk about the ethics thing against Senator Tello. Just like with the Republican Party. So you guys in the legislature, is there like consultation that goes on when the party leadership comes out with these press releases? Because it kind of seems like there isn't, or was it this just like some kind of wild card? Someone got the password to the laptop and shot out a release, and then maybe somebody spanked their hand just before midnight. But when they do these releases, do they say, "Hey, Senator Frank, what do you think of this? Is it cool?" And you're like, "No, why don't you change something?" They're here. Or...
Well, I would prefer some heads up in this. At least a notification that this release or this information is going to be passed on. Recognizing, the Republican Party, the representation of the party is more than just the caucus. They're more than just the 7 senators that we have in the legislature. We got mayors and vice mayors. We've got national committee men, committee women. We've got village leaders. We got a number of other individuals that make up the Republican Party as well. And there are times that there are issues and there are concerns that the party would want to make a stance on that are not necessarily in the purview of the legislature itself. Remember, we're a separate branch of government and we stick to the lines and stuff. That said, though, is that I know that there continues to be, obviously now, with the release of this information, some work in being able to work on the lines of communication that should seemingly exist within the party and within our organization. That said, too, is as senators, individual senators, or as caucus, when we come out with press releases, it's not so much a need to be able to go back to the party to get quote unquote authorization or approval for this. This is more so that everybody understands, that everybody recognizes that this is where we're going and this is what's happening. And I'm not gonna lie. After this, I want to call some of the party leaders and say, is there something that you wanted to tell us? Okay.
Because Chris and Sabrina just told me on the link.
Yeah. How many times, Chris, have you been says, "Hey, did you hear about this?" And I'm like,
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot about the whole ethics thing, though.
No, no worries. Again, like I said, I don't think that there was any announcement as to who the committee membership are. I feel that I can
totally
say
get
that I
it.
am part of the
What about the party leadership, though, Senator? It's interesting to me because obviously you guys are like the boots on the ground of the party, right? But then the party leadership, like the makeup of it, how much experience do we have in that leadership?
Well, first off, in what you don't see in the background a lot of times is a lot of the institutional the old school institutional savvy individuals that are there. Okay, they don't necessarily are the ones that you see as the party leadership.
Right.
So I have in my own personal capacity and otherwise been able to reach back to sometimes a lot of these leaders in the community, these village leaders, and these leaders who have once taken on roles before as former governors and former senators. I mean, that's a wealth of knowledge that exists there. And so I'm confident that in the leadership, and granted, yes, okay, so we're going through some rough time, but I think this is something that we can get through. With now Juan Carlos Benitez as the chairman, I have I have confidence in what he can provide. And Juan Carlos also is a nexus, to the party organization nationally. That has helped tremendously. Not just in the formulation of legislation, but basically to get the pulse and the beat of what we should be able to expect, down the road. As a matter of fact, let's go back to one of the initial reasons why we're having this conversation. I intend to go back to the party leadership or to the Republican National Committee and say, hey, okay, guys, do you have any suggestions? How can we resolve this? And reach back to them. If given the opportunity, I'll do the same thing with the Democratic Party. But that said, it's going back to our party leadership. There are some very capable individuals, and there are individuals again that have a background that you don't see. Yeah. That also help contribute to helping to build the party that we have.
No, I see. I completely understand because it's kind of like that here. But you mentioned Juan Carlos, so are you going to be talking to Juan Carlos, and maybe Juan Carlos can talk to the congressman about this whole you are ignorant.
His buddies are the congressman. You should put in a word like, hey, Juan, check your boy.
And I have.
Oh.
I have talked to Juan Carlos. Bree, what you see, what I provided in the letters is basically, some of the things that I've already started, that I've done. Now I'm moving forward on other things. The conversation was, okay, are you going to introduce legislation? There are many other, things that I can do. Again, it's, I'd love for Mike to return my call.
Yeah. Can you just say that, Senator? So you wrote the letter, but this was after you had made numerous attempts to contact him via his office?
Yes. Yes, I called his office, left a message. I was thankful, that it was within the day that I got a call back from one of his staffers and asked that, the message be sent for the congressman to give me a call so that we can talk about some issues that have been brought to light, to me. And, but so not receiving the phone call, things need to get done. Yeah. And one of the concerns that I had, that I wanted to speak to the congressman about, to Mr. Nicholas about, I detailed in the letter. Were there other things that I wanted to talk to him about? Sure, but in this specific case, I need to talk to him about that. So he didn't call me, and so I decided to write the letter.
So what'd you think though when you were watching the press conference and they asked him that question and he just went off on you?
Let me ask you something with the media. Are you guys going to give me the same opportunity when I want to retort back that I can call you guys just in a moment's swim and say, I'm going to have a press conference and you can all be there?
Well, this is your opportunity here.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
But
yeah.
I know. It didn't have to go that far. It didn't have to get to that. Had there been a conversation, had there been a return phone call, or call me right after the letter and says, hey, Kiko, what's this? Okay. I would appreciate it to say, you know, I mean, well, okay, let's discuss what's in that letter. But you know, to resort to saying I should wake up and that I'm ignorant, no. Okay, I don't think there's no again. There's no ignorance in trying to find the information so that it can help these businesses, help them to get back on their feet. I think the ignorance occurs when we fail to provide that vital piece of information that, oh, heads up, guys, sorry, this is how Congress passed, this is how the law was passed, and so therefore we're not going to be eligible. It doesn't have to start from a letter from Frank Blas. It shouldn't have. It should have been able to say, look, while I'm in Congress, while I was sitting in the halls, these were the things that were being discussed. So this is the things that we need to prepare for. It's done it before, why can't he do it again? And why not for him?
Good point, Senator. Well, we'll get back with you after he hears this, and then he does his little clap back, and then.
Yeah, and you know, again, I'm willing. Okay, so
I know.
All right, we had our fisticuff. Okay, you know, now let's move forward and let's see how we can help. You know, our people. You know, at the end of the day, you know, if the delegate can find the solution and help to find the solution, or the governor can do this, they can have the ribbon cutting in. They don't have to invite me. It doesn't matter. I need to be invited to that. Just let's get this done.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your time this morning.
Well, thank you very much.
All
Okay?
right.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
And we'll see you.
And so, and hopefully, Bree, going back to your thing, hopefully that sometime within the next few weeks, you know, we'll be able to find some financial relief for all the face masks and hand sanitizers that you bought.
Let me know, because I'm going to go buy a lot now if we're going to get reimbursed.
That's right. Okay, guys.
Okay,
All
Senator. 9:51. Senator Frank Blas Jr. Good talk there. That was fun.
Yeah. He did get a call. He just got a call out.
Yeah. Ooh.
Well, it was just crazy. You know, we were
were
listening
watching
to the
it.
press conference,
Yeah.
and when he said that, we both were like, "Wait, what?"
So Bree and I sit across from each other, and it was like playing, and I was like, "Oh, this is that Frank Blas thing," and then I was like, "But I called it." I told Bree, I was like, "He is gonna call out Blas, and he's gonna be so offended by whatever Blas had put in the letter." True to form, yep. It was like da 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 da. It's just his ignorance, and I was like, "Ooh," we were both kind of like, "Oh," and I was like, "Dude, he just wrote a letter."
Yeah.
Like, wow.
And then it was like, so what was the solution?
Yeah. And it was just like the solution is there's no solution. It just stuck with it.
I've seen you guys. I walked into your office when that happens. The first thing Bree does is like, you know, her jaw's open and then she's looking, and Bree immediately grabs her phone to try and rewind it so she can grab a soundbite. And
Yeah.
Chris writes down 9:15 Senator Frank Blas Jr.
Yeah.
We got our interview.
I was like, I got a guest for tomorrow right away. Hey, it's 9:51. We're gonna take a break and come back with more of the show next. Good morning.
Now, Jack in the
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, Uno Go has that too.
93.9.
You need a minute, darling. I need a minute too. 'Cause I've been grinding gears through all these years in love with you. You needed something, darling. I needed something too. While you were searching around for the answer right in front of you, I said, girl, you're running on your makeup. You got what you want and I was trapped in the middle. And in my mind, you know I won't make up a fumble with my lyrics like I'm stuck in the riddle. I said, girl, you're running all your makeup. You got what you want and I was trapped in the middle. And in my mind, you know I won't make up a fumble with my lyrics like I'm stuck in the riddle. Say, we're burning up with that island fever. We're burning up with that island fever. We're burning up with that island fever.
Ooh, Toka, you gonna get it? Toka, you gonna get it? Republican Party of Guam said. The lawlessly Frank Blas Jr. I mean, if you think about like the lay of the land for the Republican Party, you know, the Senator Frank Blas Jr., of course, the son of the former Lieutenant Governor Frank Blas under former Governor Joanna. Kind of, you know, I mean, if you look at the Republicans and the big wigs, I guess, of the party, I think he would be one. So it's definitely so interesting to hear his perspective on this unrelease that came out from the Republicans. I know they're just pooping their pants about this morning. I mean, I'm thinking like they're throwing stuff at the wall. And who released this? Better yet, who unreleased it? Yeah, Jay?
That's one of the things about email, man.
You can't take it back, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not like WhatsApp where you can delete it. Well, I mean, even if they read it, yeah, email is forever.
and you know, I mean, even like you see it all over, you know, like, well, okay.
But what I didn't get is like
celebrity news, right? When
Right.
they say, "Oh, so and so put it on like their Instagram story," so they thought it would delete. You've got 1 million people in the world screen share
Right,
that,
yeah.
and then it truly lives forever.
Right on. But what's funny to me is like they rescinded the whole release. There was like, I mean, there wasn't anything in there that you guys stood by. Nothing. The whole part about the Democrats should focus on the RISE Act and the BPT. You didn't mean that part either. It's just too funny to me. Especially considering that we had Senator Tello on and she said that, yeah, this is like Shelley Gibson and the Republican Party leadership are going after a certain Republican. So that's what was, to me, was the most funniest thing, was that you had the actual senator who was the subject of the complaint blaming her own party, and this release came out of nowhere saying, no, it's the Democrats. 9:58. We're going to sign off in just a couple secs here, but wanted to do this Burger King Cover Me segment. Burger King is turning 32, thanks to you. And this next clip coming from my daughter's group, Tadung Marianas, it's Burger King's Cover Me this morning at 9:57. Good morning.
Triste to
Sempre yung tungo Hago aki halong corazón Ihinasok ko Todo dia, todo tempo Hasu po hago Sa mahalang tuno hago Zanig inay zamu Zangin ti malago Wow na foto para guapo Zabay sangon ni hao Koning juta Tingi fiyon mo Zabay na ihaw corazón mo Tan todo ilinalaho Sen tresti tunu hago Koning juta Tingi fiyon mo Zabay na
That's like kind of a new genre. Chamorro reggae. Huh? 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 Hey, it's 9:59. We are KUAM FM in Hagatna, Guam. For Sabrina Salas, Samantha Nani, Jason Salas, Joe Sir, our guys in Master Control. Remember, we got your back with our primetime newscast at 6 p.m. Thank you for jamming with us. East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Proud to present today's episode of The Link. Thank you guys, man. Appreciate it. My name's Chris, KUAM TV Land. It's been great. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Be safe and a die talent says Falaxi to the maxi. Guasi Chris, está. Adios!